Welcome to PHP e-commerce project tutorial for beginner. In this tutorial series, I'm going to create an e-commerce project using PHP and I'll show you everything step by step from the very beginning. So in this video, we're going to create a PHP project. So in order to create a PHP project, first of all, you need to have XAMPP installed. So if you just go to your browser and search for XAMPP, then press enter and here you can see XAMPP installer apachefriends.org. Just go to the first link and here you will see the XAMPP download option. Here you can see download for Windows, Linux and OS X. I already have XAMPP installed in my device, so I do not have to install XAMPP again. And if you do not have XAMPP installed, then I'll give a link over here and also in the description. From there you can see how you can install XAMPP in your device. So right now I assume that you already have XAMPP installed. So once you have XAMPP installed, if you just go to your Windows search option and search for XAMPP, you will see this XAMPP control panel. You need to click on it and it will open something like this. So here you can see we have Apache and MySQL here. So you need to click on the start option for Apache and the start option for MySQL. So after that, whenever you want to create your PHP project, you need to go where you download your XAMPP. So for my case, my XAMPP is in local disk C and here you can see XAMPP folder. So I need to go inside XAMPP folder and inside XAMPP, here you can see htdocs. So we need to go inside htdocs and every time you want to create a PHP project, you need to go inside this folder called htdocs. So I'm going to create a folder here. So I'll just right click on new and click on folder. So let's say our folder name will be ecom_project. Press enter and there you can see we have a folder here. So let me just open this folder using Sublime Text. So in this tutorial series, I'm going to use Sublime Text. You can use Visual Studio Code, Atom or any other code editor. So I'm just going to open Sublime Text here. Then I'll click on this file option, then click on open folder. Then I'll go to my local disk C, then XAMPP, then htdocs, and inside htdocs our folder name was ecom project. I'll select it, then click here, select folder, and there you go. So here I'm going to create a file. Let's say the file name will be index.php. So for it, I'll just right click on this folder, then click on new file. I'm going to say here index.php, Ctrl S, then save. So here this is a PHP file, so we can write HTML code here. So in the body, let's say on my PHP project. So we set this and after this we need to open this file in our browser. So how can we open it in the browser? So for it we need to go to the browser and we need to say here localhost. After that, after writing localhost, give a slash and here you can see our folder name is ecom_project. So we need to write it exactly here. We need to set here ecom_project. Then here you can see that our file name is index.php. So we're going to send here slash index.php. So right now if we press enter, there you can see it says my PHP project. So this is the HTML code. So let's just write some PHP code. So in order to write the PHP code, we need to give the PHP opening like this and the PHP ending like this. So inside it we can write PHP code. Let's say here echo my ecom project. So right now if we save it, then if we refresh here, there you can see it says my ecom project. So in this tutorial we just created a normal folder and a normal index.php file. So in the next tutorial, what we will do is that we are going to make a design for our e-commerce website using HTML and CSS. And you will get the project playlist at the end of this video and also in the description as well. So make sure to subscribe and I hope to see you in the future tutorials. Hello everyone, in this tutorial I am going to show you how you can make an e-commerce website like this using HTML and CSS, and this website is also responsive as well. Let me just show you. Here if I make the skin smaller, there you can see the option is gone and here you can see we have a menu bar here. And look at the image, if I make it more smaller, there you can see it is responsive, and there you can see the footer is also responsive as well. If I make it bigger, there you can see footer will look like this. Let me just go at the top and let me just make it smaller here. There you can see we have a menu bar, and if we click on this menu bar, it will show us all the menu here like this. So I'm going to show you everything step by step from the very beginning, how we can make something like this. So first of all, we're going to make the nav bar here. Here you can see we have the menu option here. So we're going to make this first. So for it, let's go back to our code. And here you can see you have some basic structure, HTML structure. So first of all, we're going to mention the nav tag. So inside this nav tag, first of all, I'm going to mention the tag called level, and here we are going to give it a name. Let's say the name will be my ecom, and after this level, we are going to mention a UL tag. Then inside the UL tag, we are going to have a li tag. Then in the li tag, we'll have an anchor tag like this. Okay. So in the href, for now, we'll give a hash. So right now we're going to copy this li, and I'm going to paste it 4 times. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So in the first one, let's say here home. Then here we're going to say, let's say products. In the third one, let's say contact. This one will be register. Let's say register, and this one will be login. So right now, if we save this and if we just refresh our browser here, there you can see we have the label my ecom, and we have some option here. So first of all, we're going to have a background color here for the nav part. So for it, let's go back to our code, and here we're going to create a style.css file. So I'll just click on my folder, then click on new file. Our file name will be style.css, Ctrl S, then save. So first of all, what we're going to do is that we're going to connect our style.css with our index file. So for it, we're going to say here link. Then in this href, we're going to mention this style.css. So we'll say here style.css. After that, in the style.css, first of all, we'll give a star here. Then we'll give 2 second bracket. Let's say here padding will be 0. Margin will be 0 as well. We'll also say here box sizing. Box sizing, it will be border box. Text decoration, it will be none. So for the anchor tag, the text decoration will be none, and the list type, I mean the li tag will be, list type will be none as well. If we now save this, then if we now refresh, there will be no padding and margin, and the underline and list style will be gone. It means this dot sign will be gone as well. If we now refresh, there you can see it will look like this. So let's go and have a background color dark blue here. So for it, let's go back, and in here you can see inside the nav tag we have everything here, the label and also all the list. So here we're going to mention the nav tag, then we'll give 2 second bracket. We're going to say here background will be dark blue, and we are going to mention the height of the background. So let's say here height, it will be 80 px. If we now say, then refresh here, there you can see we have a dark blue background here. So first, let's make the color for this my ecom to white, and let's have it over here. So for it, let's go back. And here you can see that we have a label. Inside the label, we have the text my ecom. So inside the label, we mention a class. Let's say here my underscore logo. So we're going to write some CSS for this class. So let's go to our style.css, and we're going to say here dot my logo 2 second bracket. The text color will be white. Then the font size for the text, let's say it will be 25 px. And font weight, it will be bold. If we now save, then refresh here, there you can see it will look like this. So let's have it in the center. So for it, what we are going to do is that here we mention height is 80 px. So here we are going to say line height, it will be 80 px, same as this height, and we are going to say also padding, it will be 0 and 100 px. So if we now save it, refresh. There you can see it is in the center. So let me just change the font design or the text design a little bit. So for it, we're going to say here, let's just say mention the body tag. And in the body tag, here you can see everything is inside the body tag, right? So we're going to mention the text design or text font family. Let's say here font family, it will be monospace. So if we now set this, then just notice the text design. If we now refresh here, then you can see the text design changed. So let's have those on the right side. So for it, let's go back. And here you can see inside the nav tag, we have the event tag. And inside this event tag, we have everything here, all the list. So we are going to set here the nav tag, then the event tag. So we want to show those on the right side. So we are going to set here float. It will be right. And let's also make some space at the right side. So we are going to say margin right. It will be 60 px. Save. Then refresh here, and there you can see everything is on the right side. And there you can see there is some space as well. Margin right space. So let's have it in a single line. So for it, what we need to do is that we need to mention the nav tag, event tag, and then the li tag. So here we're going to say nav ul li, then to second bracket we'll say display. It will be inline block. It means we want to show those in a single line. Let's also mention the line height as well. So I can just copy it from here, line height. And let's also add a margin among the list. So let's say here 0.5 px. Save it, refresh, and there you can see it look like this. So right now let's change the text font size. So for it, we are going to go to here, and here you can see our text is inside the anchor tag. So this time we are going to say nav ul, then li, then the anchor tag, then to second bracket. Let's say here font size, it will be 17 px, and let's also make them uppercase. So let's say here text transform, it will be uppercase. Save it, refresh, and there you can see it will look like this. So right now let's do one thing, that is when you hover our cursor on those options, the color should change. So let's say the color will be yellow. So for it, let me just copy this nav ul li anchor tag, paste it here. We are going to give a clone. We'll say here hover to second bracket. Let's say the color will be yellow. Now if we refresh and if we take our cursor, there you can see the color changed to yellow. So let's go and make this responsive. So for it, let me just show you. If I just right click and then click on inspect, there you can see it will look like this. At the beginning it will look like this, but when the skin width gets smaller, it will look like this. So we need to make this responsive. So for it, what we need to do is we are going to create a menu bar or a option here to click. Well, and when you click on that option, it will show us those menu. So for it, we'll go to our index file, and after the label, we are going to say input type. It will be checkbox, and here we are going to mention an ID. Let's say the ID will be check. And for this ID, we are going to have a label, and inside this label, we are going to have a I tag. So in the label, we are going to say for, and here we are going to mention this ID equal to check inside this for. So in this I tag, we are going to mention a font awesome icon. So for it, we need to get the font awesome CDN. For it, we need to go to our browser and we need to search here font awesome CDN. Press enter and then go to this link cdnjs.com and just copy the first one. So from here, just click on the middle icon. If you click on it, there you can see it get copied. After that, we'll go back to our code and we'll paste it inside the head section. So right now, inside this I tag, we're going to mention a class, and the class will be file bars, like this. If we now save, then if we refresh here, there you can see we have the checkbox and we have the font awesome icon here. There you can see. So let's have this font awesome icon on the right side. For it, what we need to do is, again, we need to make this dot right. So here inside this level, we're going to mention a class. Let's say here check button btn. So we are going to write some CSS for this check btn. Let's go to our style.css. We're going to say here dot check btn, into second bracket we're going to say float. It will be prior. And let's also mention a color for it. Let's say color will be white. If we now save it, then refresh here, there you can see we have a font awesome icon bar here on the right side. So let's position it over here in the middle. So for it, I'm just going to copy the line height 80 px from here and paste it here. Let's also increase the font size for the bar. Let's say font size will be 30 px. Save it. Refresh, and there you can see. So let's have some space at the right side. For it, we are going to say margin right, it will be 40 px. Save it, refresh, and there you go. So right now, there you can see that if I click on this bar, this will get checked. If I now click on it, there you can see this got checked. The reason is we write here id equal to check, and in the label we say or equal to check. It means whenever we click on the bar, the checkbox will get checked. Now let me just explain something. The thing is, we do not need to see this bar when our screen size is big enough to show us those options. Right now we're going to make this display none. So we're going to say here in the check button, we're going to say display, it will be none. If we now save this and refresh here, there you can see the button is gone. So we're going to do the same thing for this check button as well. And here you can see that for the check button, we mentioned here id equal to check. So since this is an id, we need to give a hash here. Then we'll say check, and we're going to say display, it will be none. Save it. Refresh, and there you go. So when are we going to show those bars? When the skin width is smaller than a certain pixel. So let me just right click and then click on inspect. And if we just make this smaller, there you can see after 750 px at the top you will see the pixel 35 pixel. The text come on the downside. So we'll just make it after, let's say 750 pixel. We'll show the menu bar and we'll make this menu hidden. We'll understand it, don't worry. So here we're going to say at the top media to first bracket. We'll say here max width. Let's say it will be 750 pixel, and we'll give to second bracket like this. So first of all, what we are going to do is that we're going to mention this check button over here. Then we'll give to second bracket. So here we say display none. So here we're going to set display, it will be block. It means it will show us the menu bar. If we now say refresh here, and when we make our skin width smaller than a certain width, it will show us the menu bar. There you can see. So right now we're going to make some design change for this menu option. So for it, here you can see that those option is inside the li tag. So we'll write some CSS inside this max width, inside this media. We're going to write the CSS design for the UL tag. So we're going to say here position, it will be fixed, and we're going to add a background color. Let's say background color will be dark blue. If we now save, then refresh, there you can see there's now a background color. So we'll have this in the center, also add some padding as well. So let's go back. So first of all, let's make the width. It will be 100%. Let's also mention a height. Let's say height will be 100 kh. And let's say top will be 60 px. Let me just show you how it will look. I guess it will look like this. So let's have it in the center. For it, we are going to say text align. It will be center. Let me save and refresh here. There you go. It is in the center. Now we want to show those in a different line, all those options. So how can we do it? So in order to do that, we are going to say here nav ul then li, then to second bracket we'll say here display. It will be block. It means it will show all those menu options in different line. If we now refresh, there you can see it will look like this. Now the thing is, when we click on this bar, only then we want to show this, or we want to see this menu option. So what we are going to do is that inside this UL tag, we are going to say left, it will be minus 100%. If we now save it, then refresh, then you can see it is not over here. So we want to show this when we click on this main word. So for it, what can we do is, we are going to say here hash, we are going to mention this check. So we are going to say here hash check, then give a clone, we are going to say here checked. Then this sign, we are going to say here ul, then to second bracket. So the thing is, whenever we click on this icon, the checkbox get checked, and when the checkbox get checked, we are going to say here left, it will be 0 px. Basically we are saying the left will change from minus 100% to 0 px for the ul. Here you can see ul tag. Okay, so right now if we save it, then refresh here, there you can see it is not showing. If we click on this, it will show us all the menu. And let's have those color to be white. So I'm going to say inside the anchor tag, nav ul li anchor tag, I'm going to say here color, it will be white. And let's also say here transition all 0.5 seconds. Let's save it, refresh here. If we now click on it, it will appear like this. If we click on it, it will remove like this. So we are able to completely make our navbar responsive. So right now let's go and add a cover image here. So here you can see that we have a cover image like this, and I have the cover image over here in the downloads file. So this is the cover image. So I'll just cut this from here and I'm going to paste it in my folder. So there you can see cover.png, and if I just go to my code, there you can see we have cover.png here. So after the nav tag, we're going to mention another div, and in this div, we're going to have the image. I'm going to say here the image tag. In the source, I'll set cover.png. And one more thing, I'll give this image download link in the description. Just check it out. And if you want, you can use different image for the cover image. But I will suggest you the cover image dimension should be around 7000 px width. Okay. Here you can see the image dimension is for this image 6912. So make sure to download a image with a larger width, because that will look good as a cover. So let me just set this, and if we now refresh here, it will look like this. Obviously we need to fix the image. So I'm going to mention a class here. Let's say class name will be my underscore cover. Let's go to our style.css, and after this second bracket, I'm going to say here dot my underscore cover to second bracket, let's the image width, it will be 100%. And let's say height will be 250 px. If we now save it, then refresh, it will look like this. Obviously, this doesn't look good. So we are going to say here, object feed, it will be cover. Or you can say here content as well, but I think cover will look good. We'll say here cover, refresh, and they can see it cropped our image depending on our skin height and width. And this will be responsive as well. Let me just make it smaller here. There you can see it will look good in all width. So after this, we are going to make some product card here. So for it, let's go back and let's go to index.php. Let's mention another div here. So in this div, I'm going to say here class. Let's say class name will be my underscore card. And I'm going to mention another div. In this div, we'll say class. The class will be let's only card. So inside the card, we'll have our image look like this. Here you can see our image, a title, a small description, price, and a buy now button. So let's go back and let me do one more thing, that is, here I'm going to say H3, let's say products. And for this, I'm going to write some simple CSS. So, and this H3 tag is inside my card. So I'm going to say here, dot my underscore card, then the H3 tag to second bracket, let's say text align. It will be in the center. The font size, it will be 25 pixel. I think that's fine. Save it, refresh, and then let's also add some padding as well. Padding will be 20 pixel. Okay. So right now here in this my class card, let's add the image. So let me just copy the image from the download section. So here you can see I have 5 images here. So I'll just cut this from here and I'm going to create a folder here. So I'll just right click on new folder. Folder name will be images, and in this images folder I'm going to paste all the image. There you can see. Let me just make it bigger. There you go. So let's go back and here you can see in the folder we have some image. So let me just show the auth image first. Let's say here auth dot, the extension is JPEG. So I'm going to say here JPEG, and after the image we have the title, description, and the price and the button. So I'm going to say here the p tag, and in this p tag let's say here auth, or let me just say here h4 tag. I think that will be better. Let's say h4. Then I'm going to mention a p tag. Here we are going to have some small description. Let me just write random text here, and let me just copy some text from here, Ctrl C, and I'll paste it here. Let me remove some text here to here. And after this, we're going to have the price. We'll keep it inside the p tag. We're going to say price, it will be $30. And let's also have a button here, a buy now button. We're going to say here buy now. If we save it, then refresh here, it will look like this. Okay, the image is broken. We have the auth, some description, price, and buy now button. The image is missing because our image is inside the images folder. So I'm going to say here images/auth. Let me show you. There you can see the image is showing and the image is too big. So right now let's go and fix the design. So for the card, we'll mention a width. So for it, let's go back, and here you can see we have div class card. So for this card, we're going to mention a width. So let's go to our style.css. We're going to set here .curve. Then to second bracket, we're going to set here max width. It will be 330 px. Then we set here text align. It will be center. Let me save it and refresh here. There is a text are in the center, but obviously the image size is too big. We need to fix the image size. But let me just create a box here. So in order to create a box, I'm going to set here box shadow. It will be 0, 4 px, 8 px, again 0. And let's mention RGBA. We're going to say, okay, I think this is fine. If we now save it, then refresh, there you can see it created a box here. And there you can see inside the card, we have the images, right? So I'm just going to say here class p underscore image. Then we'll go to our style.css and we're going to say here dot p underscore image. To second bracket, we'll say here width. It will be 100%. So it will take the card full width since the image is inside the curve. If we now just refresh here, there you can see the image is inside the card. So let me just add some margin and padding as well. So here inside this card, I'm going to say margin, it will be 15 px and padding, it will be 15 px. Save it, then refresh, and there you go. You can add more padding if you want. I think 25 and 25 will be better. Refresh, and there you go. So let me just show some other card using different images. So for it, what we need to do is that here you can see we have div class card. So I'm going to copy this div and I'm going to paste it here. And in this one, let's get the shoe image. So let's say here shoe, and for the shoe the extension is JPG. Let's say here shoe. The price will be on $30. After that, let's get the phone image. So I'm going to say here phone. The phone extension is JPG. This one will be phone. The price will be $830. We have two more beam. Okay, let me just show you for now. Save, then refresh, and there you can see it will look like this. And it will be in different light since everything is inside a page. So we want to show those in a single light. So for it, what we need to do is really simple. There you can see all the card is inside class my underscore card. So we are going to write some CSS for this. So we say here dot my underscore card, then to second bracket, we'll say here display, it will be flex. Then we'll say flex orb, it will be orb. We also make those in the center. So we say here justify content, it will be center. Let's also say here align items, it will be center. If we now save this, then refresh here, will look like this. So it will look like, okay, let's have this product outside my cart. So here you can see products. So I'll just cut this and I will paste this here. H3. So let's say here class. A class will be p underscore title. Let me just copy this from here and I write the CSS like this, or my card H3 tag. I'll just actually say here p underscore title. If we now refresh, so see, and let's also have this H3 inside a div like this. So Control X, Control V, save it, then refresh, and there you go. So let me just show you or add a few more products. So here I'm going to copy this div and paste it here. This time here you can see makeup. So let me say here makeup.jpg. We are going to say price will be 400. Title will be makeup. And we have one more image which is camera. So let's say here camera. The extension is JPEG. You say here camera and the price would be 1800. Save, then refresh here. There you can see. So let's make some design for the text as well. And let's also add some padding as well. So for it, let's go back. And here you can see the title is beside the h4 tag. And h4 tag is beside the class called card. So I'm going to say here dot card h4. We are going to say padding 10 px. Then here we have the p tag. So for p tag again we are going to say here card, mention the p tag to second bracket, padding will be 10 px, and before card I need to give a dot here. Then we are going to write some CSS for the anchor tag. For it, I'm going to say here dot card anchor tag to second bracket. Let's say padding 10 px, and for the anchor tag, I'm going to add a background color. Let's say background color will be sky blue. If we now save it, then you trace, it will look like this. So let's make it round. So I'm going to say here border radius, it will be 10%. It will make the background round, and let's also add margin, it will be 10 px. Save, then refresh. So let me just add some space among those as well. So here I'm going to say margin 10 px. Save it, refresh, and there you go. And there's a few more things that we can do is that when we hover our cursor on the card, the color of the shadow might change. Also the color for this anchor tag should change as well. So for it, what I'm going to do is here, let me just copy this card anchor tag, paste it here. I'm going to say here hover. Let's say the color will change to background color will change to black, and the text color will be white. Let me just show you this one first. Refresh, and if I take my cursor, there you can see the color change to black. And this is responsive as well because we mentioned here display flex or justify content center. So if we just make our skin smaller, here, you will notice that it will go to different line. There you can see. And if we make it bigger, it will start showing in a single line like this. So let me just add a shadow when we hover our cursor on the card as well. So for it, we are going to say here we can see card. Here we make the shadow, box shadow. So what we are going to do is that we are going to say card, scroll over to second bracket. Let me just copy this box shadow and paste it here. We can choose different color from here. Let me just keep random on and on here. And let's say here 14, this one will be 18. And let's say here 0 and 0. No. And this from RGB, let's say here sky blue. Save it. Then refresh. If I take my cursor, there you can see the color change to sky blue. So right now we are going to create the footer section. So how can we make the footer section? This is really simple. Let's go back. Let's go to our index file, and here we are going to mention another div. Inside this div, let's say here class will be footer. And here we are going to mention another div, and in this div the class name will be footer underscore content. So before this, we're going to mention another div, and in this div, we're going to say class, and the class name will be footer underscore title. Let's say that title will be inside the h3 tag. Title will be my ecom. If we now set this, then refresh here. So there you can see my ecom. So we're going to add a few more options or few more text here for the footer, then we'll make the design. So here you can see we have footer content. So inside the footer content, we are going to have a div, and in this div, let's say here h4 tag, we're going to say services, and in this services, let's have the p tag, and in the p tag, we're going to mention the anchor tag. So let me just copy this p tag, and I'm going to paste it 2 times. So first of all, in this one, let's say here web development, then this one will be app development, and this one will be digital marketing. And let me just give hash inside the href. So if we now save it, then refresh here, there you can see it will look like this. So we're going to have a few more options like social link, quick links, and location. So I can just directly copy this div, Ctrl C, and I'm going to paste it here. So this one will be social links. So let's say here social links, and here we're going to say Facebook. This one will be Instagram, and this one will be Twitter. After that, we're going to have one more. This one will be quick links. Let's say here quick links. So here we are going to say home. Let me just show you. Here at the top, we have some links here: home, products, contact, register, and login. So we are going to give those links here. So we are going to say home. This one will be products. This one will be contact. Let me just copy this and paste it 2 times. So let's say this one will be register, and this one will be login. So if we now save it, then refresh here, then you can see we have few more options here. So we need to add one more, that will be location. So let me just copy this, and I'll paste it here. I'm going to say here location. So for location, there is no need to have any anchor tag. Let's just say here a random address, Western Union Street, House 27. And here this one will be, let's say, email. Email will be myecom@gmail.com, and this one will be the phone number. So let's say here phone, a random number, save it. Then if we now refresh, there you can see we have the location here as well. So right now we are going to make the design. First of all, we are going to have the footer background color as black. So for it, here you can see we have heap class footer, and inside this class we have everything. So let me just copy this, and I'll go to our style.css, and here we are going to set dot footer to second bracket. We are going to set background color, it will be black, and width it will be 100%. If we now set this, then refresh here, it will look like this, and here you can see that text color is black as well. That's why we are unable to see some text. So first of all, let me just change the text color, my ecom, and let's have it in the center. So for it, here in the index file, here you can see my ecom is inside ht tag, and the class name is footer title. So I'll just copy this, and I'm going to say here footer title is 3 tag to second bracket. Let's say the color, it will be white, and the font size, it will be 27, or let's say here 32 px. Let's also add a padding 10 px and margin 10 px. Let's also make the font weight, it will be 4. And let's make the text align to be in the center. So text align will be center. Save it. Then refresh, and there you can see. So let's have the services and social links, everything color white. So for it, here you can see that the services is inside the H4 tag, and every other title, services, social link, quick links, and location is inside the H4 tag, and the H4 tag is inside the footer underscore content. So we're going to say here dot footer underscore content, then the H4 tag, we're going to say here color will be white. I can just copy this from here actually and paste it here. Let's say the font size will be 25 px. And I think the font size is too big. Let's make it 20 px. Let's save it and let's refresh, and there you go. So right now let's write the CSS for this location. So for it, here you can see that all those details is inside the p tag, and those are inside the footer underscore content. So we are going to say here dot footer underscore content. We are going to mention the p tag. To second bracket, we say here color, it will be white. Let's say here padding, it will be 15 px. If we now save it, refresh, and there you go. And the padding for those changes as well, because here we mentioned p tag and all those services option is also inside the p tag as well. So I think 10 px would be better. So right now what we are going to do is that we are going to change the color for the anchor tag. So for it, we are going to say here dot footer content anchor tag. The color will be white. Save it, refresh, and there you go. So right now, obviously, we do not show it like this. We want to show it in a single line. So for it, we are going to say, here you can see the class inside footer, we have the footer content. So we are going to say here dot footer, then dot footer underscore content. To second bracket, we are going to say display, it will be flex, and justify content, it will be spaced evenly. If we now just go to our browser and refresh, there you can see it will look like this. So this looks good, but this is not responsive. If I just make our skin smaller here, let me just go to footer section, and if we make it smaller, there you can see it is not responsive. After a certain width, the location will get hidden. So we need to fix this. So how can we fix it? The solution is really simple. Again, we're going to use the @media query. So we say here @media, we say max width, let's say after 650 px, we're going to change the footer design. So we'll give to second bracket. Then we're going to copy this footer content, and we're going to paste this here. So the display will be flex, and here we're going to set flex direction, it will be column. Let's also mention here text align, it will be center. So if we now save this and refresh here, and if our skin width is smaller than 650 px, it will look like this. There you can see. So if we make it more smaller, it will be responsive, our footer section. So let's do one thing. that is when we take our cursor on those options, the color will change for the anchor tag. So let's go back, and here you can see footer content anchor tag. I'll just copy this, paste it here. I'm going to say here, however, the color for the text will be, let's say, sky blue, and the background will change to white, or let's say the color will be black. If we now save it, then refresh here, and there you can see it will look like this. So let me just add a copyright at the end. So for it, let's go our index file, and here before the last div, I'm going to mention the footer tag. In the footer, I'm going to mention the HR, and it will look like this. HR will create a straight line. Okay, so let me just say here H3, and we set copyright at the rate of web technology 2030. If you now save this, then refresh here, there you can see there is a straight line here, and you cannot see the text because the text color is black. So let's change the text color. So here it is inside the footer tag. So we go to style, and here outside this second bracket, we are going to set the footer tag, then the H3 tag to second bracket. We are going to set color, it will be white. Let's also add a padding. It will be 10px, margin, it will be 10px. Text align, it will be center, and let's also add a font size, it will be 22px. Save it, refresh, and there you go. Now let's do one more thing, and that is here you can see that the image size is different for each product card. So let's have all the image size, I mean the height, same. So for it, let's go back to our code, and if we just go at the top, a little at the top, here you can see the product card image, and here you can see the class called p_image. So let's just add a height for this class. So let's go to our style.css, and we'll find the p_image, which is this one. So here we are going to say height. Let's say it will be 250px. If we now save this, then if we refresh now, there you can see all the image height and width is same. So let me just show you the responsiveness. So if I now click on inspect, and if we just make this smaller, there you can see it is responsive as well. So this is all. So this is how you can make an e-commerce website using HTML and CSS. I hope this was easy for you to follow, and in the next tutorial, we're going to make multiple authentication system using PHP. So make sure to subscribe, and I hope to see you in the future tutorials. Hello everyone, in this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to register a user using PHP, and I'm going to show you everything step by step from the very beginning. So first of all, we're going to create a registration form, and what we'll do is that when we click on this register option, it will take us to that registration form. So for it, let's go back to our code, and here you can see that we have a project here, and inside this project I'm going to create a folder. So for it, I'll click on this folder, then click on new folder, and the folder name will be home, and in this home folder I'm going to create a PHP file called register.php. So I'll just right click on home, then click on new file, and the file name will be register.php. Ctrl S and then save. So here let me just say simple HTML, and in the body I'm going to mention the h2 tag. Let's say here register page, and right now what we want is that when we click on this register page, it will take us to this page. So for it, let me just go to index.php, and here you can see we have the anchor tag for register. So here in this href, we're going to mention this home folder. So we'll say here home, then slash, and our file name is register.php. So we'll say here register.php. So save it. Then if we now refresh here and click on register, there you can see it took us to register page. So here we are going to create a registration form. So let's go back to the register.php, and here first of all we are going to mention a div. Then in this div we are going to have a form. So we'll say here form, and in this form let's mention another div. Inside this we'll say level will be name, and for this level name we are going to have an input field. So the input type will be text and the name will be name. So here you can see we mention a div. So for this div we are going to mention a class. Let's say class name will be input underscore design. I'll just say DEG. So right now I'm going to copy this div and I'll paste it 4 times. So 1, 2, 3 and 4. So for the second one, I'm going to say here email. The level name and the type will be email. And for this one, it will be phone number, let's say. So let me just select those two, and I'm going to say here phone. And there you can see the type. So type will be, for phone, it will be number. After that, this one will be address. Let's just say here address. Name will be address. And the type will be text. That's fine. So this one will be the submit button. So we are going to say here input type, it will be submit. Name will be, let's say, register, and it will have a value, and the value will be register. If we now save this, then refresh, there you can see we have name, email, phone, address, and the register button. So we're going to make some design for this. So let's go back, and here we mention the class input underscore DEG. So we're going to write some CSS for this. So first of all, we're going to connect our style.css. And here you can see currently we are in the home folder. And inside home folder, we have the register.php. So we're going to say here link. And since our style.css is outside the home folder, so we need to give double dot, then slash, then we need to mention style.css. Since our style.css is not inside the home folder, that's why we are writing it this way. So once you write this, it means we are connected with our style.css. And in the style.css, we are going to write some design for this input underscore DG. So let's go to our style.css, and let me just directly go down. Here I'll say dot input underscore DG. So here first let's add padding. Let's say padding will be 10 px. So padding will create some space among those input field. If we now refresh, there you can see there is some space right now. So we're going to add a background color for this register field, and we will also keep it in the center. So let's go back, and here you can see we mention a div. So inside this div we mention a class. Let's the class name will be my underscore form. So we'll write some CSS for this. So we'll go to our style.css, and we're going to say here dot my form underscore form. Let's say the background color will be sky blue. Let me just show you. If you now save it, then refresh here, there you can see background color is sky blue. So right now let's go and mention a width for the background. Let's say width will be 60%. So we say here width, it will be 60%. If we now save it, then refresh, there you can see width is now 60%. So let's have it in the center. So for it, we're going to say margin, it will be auto. Then we'll say here text align, it will be center. And we'll add one more thing, that is margin top. Not left, margin top. Let's say it will be 200 px. So margin top will keep our box over here. So if you now refresh, there you can see it is over here. So right now let's go and have a title here, that register form. So for it, let's go to our register.php, and here After this div, let me mention the h2 tag, and here we are going to say register form. If we now save this, then refresh, there you can see we have register form. So let's add a simple design for this. For it, here you can see this h2 tag is inside my underscore form. So we are going to say here dot my underscore form, then mention the h2 tag to second bracket. Let's say the background color will be black and the text color will be white. Okay, let me just also add a padding here. Padding will be 10 pm. Let's go back to our browser, refresh, and there you go. So let's have some space among the input field and the label. So for it, here you can see that the label is inside our input underscore deg class. So we are going to say here dot input underscore deg, and our tag name is label. So we'll say here width, it will be 100 px, and we'll say one more thing, and that is display, it will be inline block. If we now save it, then refresh, there you can see it moved a little bit. So let's make our input field a little bit bigger and responsive. So for it, here you can see the input type is text here, input type is email here, and input type number here. So we are going to write some CSS for those input field. And for it, we need to say here input, then to third bracket. Inside this, we'll say here type equal to, this one will be text. Then we'll give a comma here. Let me just copy this and paste it here. This one will be email and this one will be number. So we are going to write some CSS for those three type of input fields. So we'll give to second bracket here, and we are going to say here width, it will be 40%. Make sure that it's less than this width, which is 60%. So we'll just say here 40%. If we now save it, refresh, it will look like this. So let's do a little bit more design, and that is we are going to say here padding. Let's say padding will be 12 px. We'll say here resize, it will be vertical, and let's also say here box sizing, it will be border box. If we now save this, then refresh here, there you can see it looks better. So right now let's make some design for this register button. For it, let's go back, and here you can see that for the register button, the type is submit. So we are going to say here input, then to third bracket, we'll set type equal to submit. Then we'll give to second bracket. We'll say, let's say the button background color will be dark blue and the text color will be white. Let's also add a padding 10 px and border radius. It will make the button a little round 10%. If we now save it, then refresh, then okay, that design didn't apply. Okay, there is a space here. We cannot keep any space here. You need to write it like this. Save it again, refresh, and there you go. And this is also responsive as well. Let me just show you. If I just right click and click on inspect and make it smaller, there you can see it is responsive as well. So right now what we on is that when we give some data here and then click on the submit button, or I mean the register button, it will upload some data to a table. So for it, first of all, what we need to do is that we need to create a database. So just go to your PHP just go to this link or go to this address, then you'll be able to go to PHP. After coming to the PHP, then you need to click here, new option. So right now we are going to create a database. Let's say our database will be php_ecom. So this will be our database name, php_ecom. So right now I'll click on create, and there you can see it created a database, and we need to upload those data in a table, and we need to create that table in this database php_ecom. So just click on php_ecom. After that, here you can see table name. So our table name will be user. Let's say users, and you need to mention how many columns this table will have. Let's say this table will have 1, 2, 3, 4 ID and the user type, total 6 columns. So we are going to say here 6. Then click on create. So there you can see we have 6 columns, and if you want to add more column, here you can see you just need to write a number and click on go. It will add more column here. So the first one, it will be ID, and the ID will be integer. Let's say the length will be 50, and we'll make the ID as primary key. So in order to make the ID primary key, what you need to do is that you just need to go a little at the right side, and here you can see AI. AI means auto increment. We just need to click on it and the ID will become primary key. So after this, we are going to say here name. The name will be Bhargar. Let's say length will be 15. Then we'll say here email. We'll again say here Bhargar. Length will be 50. This one will be password. And I forgot to add password here. So we'll add a password field here. So it will be Bhargar type, length 15. And here this one will be phone. We're going to say here Bhargar, let's say 50. This one will be address. Let's say Bhargar as well, length will be 50. And I want to add one more field here. So I'll just here say add on, then click go. There you can see it created one more field here. So we are going to say here user type. And user type will be Bhargar, let's say 50 as well. So here you can see we have null option here. So if you check this, it means user will be able to upload null data for that specific field. So we'll just keep it the way it is. And right now we'll just go down, and here you can see we have the save option. So click on save. And there you go. We have created a table called users. If we click on our table, users table, you can see ID, name, email, password, phone, address, and user type field here. So let me just add here one more field that will be called password. For it, let's go back. Let's go to register.php. Let me just copy this and paste it here. And we're going to say here input label will be password, and the type will be password. The name will be, let's say, password. And I'm going to go to our style.css, and here I'm going to add one more type, and that will be password. Type equal to password. Let's save it. Let me refresh. And there you can see we have one more input field for password. And I think the font size should be a little bit bigger. So for the level, let's say here font size, it will be 16 px. So right now the first thing we need to do is that we need to connect our register.php with our database. So for it, we'll go at the top of our register.php, and here we'll give the PHP opening tag, then the PHP closing tag. And inside it, we're going to connect our database. So for it, we need to declare a variable, let's say $con equal to, we need to say mysqli_connect. And inside it, first of all, we'll give two double quotation, and we need to say here local host, because this database, whatever you are seeing, is called localhost. So we'll say here localhost, then we'll give a comma here, then again double quotation, and here we're going to set root, because by default the database name is root and the password is null. So we'll give two double quotation and we'll keep it empty. After that, again we'll give two double quotation, and here we're going to give our database name. So here you can see that our database name is php_ecom. So I'll just copy this and paste it here. So once you give this properly, it means you are connected to the database. And if you want to check it, you just need to give a if condition. If $con, you can say here echo database is connected. So if you now save this, and if you now refresh here, there you can see it says database is connected. But if you just change the database name from PHP underscore ecom to PHP ecom 123, then save it, this database do not exist. So we'll get an error. Let me just show you. If we now refresh, it will give us an error. And the error is unknown database PHP ecom 123. And we do not need to give this if condition, because if our database is connected, that's fine. We don't need to show it to the user. So we say here PHP underscore ecom. Let me just fix the error here first. Refresh, and there you go. So right now we are connected to the database, and in the database we have this table called user. So in this user table, we want to upload some data from this register form. So for it, what you need to do is that here you can see we mentioned here form. So in the form we say here action, then we say here method. So the method will be post, and we'll keep this action empty because we are going to write the PHP code in order to upload those data to the database table in the same phase in register.php. So here we are going to say a if condition, if to first bracket, then we'll say here is set $_post, then to third bracket and to single quotation like this, and make sure that you keep the post in capital letter. You must write this in capital letter, and here you can see to single quotation. So inside this, what we are going to do is that we are going to check if someone click on this register button. So here you can see we have this input type submit, and here you can see name equal to register. So I'm going to copy this and paste this here. After that, we'll give to second bracket. So here what we are doing is that we are checking if someone click on the register button or not. If someone click on the register button, then we are going to get those input field data in a variable. So here I'm going to declare a variable. So in order to declare variable, we need to say here $, let's say $name equal to, we'll say $_post to third bracket to single quotation, and here inside this to single quotation, we need to get the input from this input field, and here you can see name equal to name. So we are going to copy this and paste it here. So just like name, we can get the email, phone, address and password as well. So I can just copy this and paste it here a few times. So after name, we have the email. Let's say here. Okay, if you are confused, let me just give a different variable here. So let's say user underscore email. Let's also say here user underscore name. So here you can see user underscore email equal to $_post, and stop name we are going to say here you can see name equal to email. So we are going to mention this email here. So after email, we are going to say here address. Let's say here u_address, and here let me just show you all the name. Here you can see address name is address, phone name is phone, and the password name is password. So I'm just going to say here it will be, let's say phone, u_phone, it will be here phone. After that we have password. Let's say here let's only say pass, and the name is password. So we are getting the input field data and we are storing this in a variable. So let me just tell you again, those are variable that you declare. You can give it any name you want, but here you can see those will come from the input field, and you must give the input field whatever name you gave for those input field. Okay. So right now we have all the input field data. Now we need to write a SQL query to upload those to the database table. For it, we are going to declare another variable. Let's say $SQL equal to, we'll give to double quotation, then we'll say here insert into our table name, which is users. Let me just show you, just for you to be sure. Here you can see users, and we need to write it exactly over here. There is a S, that's why we write here users. Then we'll give to first bracket, and here we are going to get the name from the database. Here you can see name, email, password, phone and address. So we are going to type those here. So we say here name, comma, after name. You can follow any sequence if you want, but it's better if we follow one by one. Name, email, password, phone, address. So we are going to say name, email, comma, password, comma, phone, comma, address. And we have one more input field, which is user type. So I am going to say here, comma, user type. After that, here I am going to say values, then to first bracket, indeed with a semicolon. So here inside this first bracket, we are going to keep two single quotation, and here you can see our first is name. So I am going to copy the variable name from here, which is $u_name, and I'll paste it here. After that, I'll give a comma here, again two single quotation, and after name we have the email. So I'm going to copy this u_email and paste it here. So after email, we have the password. So I'm going to give a comma here, then two single quotation, and here you can see the variable for password. We keep the password in this variable, so we'll copy this and paste it here. And make sure that you follow this sequence. Okay, so after password, we write here phone. So we'll give a comma to single quotation, and here you can see u_phone. Paste it here, give another comma. Right now we have the address. So I'm going to say here, let me just copy this and I'll say here address. And the last one is user type. And we're going to add a by default value for the user type. So let me just declare a variable, let's say $user type, and the value for the user type will be user. And I'm going to mention this user type after address, because after address we have user type. So we give two single quotation and we'll say here user type. So we write the query to upload the data to the table. So right now we need to execute this. So in order to execute this, we are going to declare another variable, let's say $data equal to mysqli_query, then to first bracket. And first of all, we need to mention this variable where we connect this page to the database. So we'll mention this $cont here, then give a comma, and we'll mention this $SQL here, where I insert data to the table. And once you write this, it means we are about to successfully upload the data to the table. Let me just give a if condition. We'll check if $data, if upload is successful, we are going to show a message echo upload success, or let's say here register success. That will be better. Let's say register. So let's just set this, and here if we now refresh and let's give a name, let's say name will be test, email will be test@gmail.com. let's give a random phone number, random address, and the password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Then click on register, and there you can see it says at the top register success. So if we just go to our database table, here you can see user table, and if we just refresh here, there you can see we have a data name equal to test, email is test@gmail.com, password we are able to see it, there is phone number, address, and the user type is user. So this is how you can make a registration system in PHP. I hope this tutorial was useful to you. If you have any question or any suggestion, just let me know in the comment section. In the next tutorial, I am going to show you how to make multi-user login system in PHP. It means if a user login, it will take the user to a different dashboard, and if a admin login, it will take the admin to another dashboard. So thank you very much for watching. Make sure to subscribe and I hope to see you in the future tutorials. Hello everyone, in this tutorial I am going to show you how to make multi-user login system in PHP. So multi-user login means when a user login, it will take the user to user page, and when an admin login, it will take the admin to another admin page. And I'm going to show you everything step by step from the very beginning. So we are going to use email and password for login. If you want, you can also use name and password for login as well. And I'm going to show you everything step by step from the very beginning. So first of all, I'm going to create a login form. So let's go back to our code. And here in the home folder, I'm going to create login.php. So I'll just right click on the home folder, then click new file. And our file name will be login.php, Ctrl S, then save. So here let me just say simple HTML tag, and here in the body I'm going to say h2, let's say login form. If we now set this, and here you can see our login.php is inside the home folder. So I'm going to say here ecom, our folder name is home folder / login.php. Press enter, and there you can see it says login form. So what we'll do is that when we click on this login option, it will take us to the login page because that makes more sense. So for it, let me just go to our index.php, and here you can see the login anchor tag. So here we are going to mention the folder name, which is home / we say login.php. Save it, then refresh here, click on login. There you can see it took us to login page. So let's go and create a form for login. For it, what we are going to do is, let's go to login.php. For now, let me just remove this. Let's first mention a div. In this div, we are going to have a form. We'll say here form. Then in the form, let's have another div. In this div, we are going to say here label. Label will be, let's say, email. And for this label, we are going to have a input field. So the input type will be email. Let's say name will be email, and let's make it required. So in this step, let's say here class, let's say class name will be input underscore tg. So let me just copy this div and I'm going to paste it here. So this one will be for password. Let's say here password, and the type will be password, and also name will be password as well. Let's say password, and I made a spelling mistake, email. Okay, so right now we are going to have a login button, I mean the submit button. So here the type will be submit, name will be login, and list of required, let's say here hello, it will be login. So if you now save this, then refresh here, there you can see we have the email and the password field. So let's have it in the center, and let's also add some design as well. So first of all, here you can see input underscore dg. So we're going to write some CSS. So we'll write some CSS in our style.css file. So first of all, we need to link our style.css. So in order to link it, we need to say here link. Then we are going to say here style.css, and the thing is our login.php is inside the home folder. So style.css is outside the home folder, so we need to give a // here. So if you give // then style.css, it means right now we have access to this style.css. So right now we are connected with the style.css, and in the previous tutorial we created the registration page design. Let me just show you. Here if I click on register, there you can see we created a design like this. So and all those design is inside the style.css, and here if you go to style.css, and if you just go down a little bit, here you can see we write some CSS for input underscore design, which is this one, and we also write some CSS for this level as well. Here you can see input underscore dg level as well. There is also some CSS for the input type text, email, number and password, and also for the submit button. So I'm going to give this CSS code in the description if you want. And here you can see my form. So I'm just going to copy this name, my underscore form, and I'll paste this over here in this div. We'll say here my form. If we now save this, and let me just go to our login.php, and here you can see it will look like this. So let's go and have a login form text here. So just like before, over here I'm going to say here h2, and we'll say login form. And in the register.php, here you can see inside h2 we say registration form, and in style.css here you can see we write the css for my form h2 for this one as well. So if we now refresh, it will look like this. So right now what we'll do is that when we give our email address and give some password, then click on login, it will take us to user page or admin page. So for it, what we need to do is really simple. First of all, we are going to go to our login.php, and here in this form we are going to say here action will be empty, and here we are going to say here method will be post. So we are going to write the code for login in the same page. That's why we write action is empty. So what we'll do is that we'll go at the top, and at the top of our login.php, we're going to write some PHP code. So we'll say here PHP opening, then the PHP closing, and inside this, first of all, we need to connect our login.php with our database. So for it, let me declare a variable, let's say $const equal to my SQLi underscore connect. And we're going to say here localhost, then give a comma, then we're going to give our database username, which is root by default, and by default the password is null. And after that we need to give our database name, and our database name is let me just show you. Here you can see php underscore econ, this one. So I'll just copy this and paste it here. So once you write this, it means we are connected to the database. So first of all, what we are going to do is that we will check whether someone click on this login button or not. So for it, we are going to give a if condition, if to first bracket is set, then we'll say here $_post, and inside this to single quotation, here you can see our name is login. So we are going to check if someone click on that login button. So if someone click on this login button, first of all what we do is that we will get the input field data from here. So let me just declare a variable, let's say $u_email equal to, we'll say $_post, and here inside this single quotation, okay, we need to say here email. I made a spelling mistake here. So here you can see name equal to email. So we'll copy this and we'll paste it here. After that, let me just copy it, paste it here, and here we are going to get the password. Let's just say here $pass, and here you can see we need to say here name is password. So I'll just copy this and paste it here. So the email and the password is in this variable. Right now we're going to write a SQL query. So we say here $SQL equal to, we say select star form. We need to mention our table name, and our table name is user. Let me show you just so you don't get confused. Here you can see our table name is users. So we say here select star from users. We say here where we are going to match it with the email and password for our database. So here you can see email and password. So we are going to say the email on the table equal to, we'll give to single quotation like this, then we'll give to double quotation like this, then we need to give 2 dots. Okay, and this double quotation is for this one. So inside this we are going to say here u_email, and we're going to check. So we'll say here, and we need to say here password, and this will come from the database, which is this one. Okay, so password, it will be equal to, again we'll give to single quotation, inside it we'll give to double quotation, then we'll give to dot here. So inside this we are going to mention this $pass, and we need to end this with a semicolon. So here we are checking in the user table whether the input, email and password exist in the table or not. If exist, let me declare another variable. Let's say $result equal to, we need to say here my SQLi underscore query, then to first bracket, and here we need to mention this database connection, which is comma, we need to mention this SQL. So we'll say here SQL. After that, we are going to declare on another variable. It will be, let's say $row equal to, we say here my SQLi underscore fetch underscore array, then to first bracket, and here inside this to first bracket we are going to keep this $result. So if the email or password existed in the table or not, we'll have this in this $row variable. So right now we're going to give a if condition. So we're going to say here if to first bracket to second bracket like this, and we're going to say $row, and using the $row, first of all we'll check whether the user trying to log in is user or admin. So first of all, for it, let me just go to my table, and here you can see user. So here I'm going to insert a data. So just go to the user table, then here you can see insert option, click on insert. Let's say here name is admin and the email is admin@gmail.com. Password will be 123456. Phone is random phone number. Address is Canada, and let's say the user type will be admin. So if I now click go, it is inserted, and there you can see we have the admin user, and here you can see the user type is admin. There you can see user type. So using the user type, we are going to determine whether a user will go to the user page or admin page. So when you are creating the user table, make sure you have name, email, password field and also the user type field. Okay. So using the user type, we'll decide whether a user is admin or not and which page the user should go. So let's go back, and inside this row, we are going to say here user type. Then we'll give here equal whether it is user or admin. So first of all, let's say user. If the user type is user, we're going to say here, we're going to send the user to the user page. So we'll say here header, then to first bracket, we'll say here location, clone, and the location will be, let's say in the home folder, we will have the user home page. So we set here home / let's say user page.php, and we need to keep this inside to double quotation. Then let me just copy this if condition and paste it here, and this will be the else condition. So if we say here else if the user type is admin, then we'll send the user to admin page. So let's say here admin/admin page. So we do not have this PC file, so we need to create those file. So let me just extract again. So here you can see user type is user and admin, and we are just giving that condition here. If the user type is user, send the user to this page, and if the user type is admin, send the user to this page. And if nothing matches, we'll say here else, and we'll just print something equal. Let's say here username or password is wrong. So let's go and create those PC files. So in the home folder, let's create user page.php. So here you can see home folder. So I just right click, then click new file. I'm going to say here user page.php, Control S, then save. Here I'm going to say simple HTML, and in the body, let's say here age on. This is user page. And after this, I'm going to create a admin folder, and in the admin folder, we're going to create admin page.php. So I'm just going to click on my project name, then click on new folder, and the folder name will be admin. In the admin, we're going to create admin page.php. So I'll just click on admin, then click on new folder, new file. I'll say here admin page.php, Control S, then save. So here I'll say HTML, and in the body, let's say this is admin page. Let's save it, and let's go back to our browser. Let me refresh here. And here you can see we have an email called test@gmail.com. So we say here test@gmail.com, and the password is 12345678. 12345678, and click on login. Okay, not found. So here you can see home/home. So the thing is, this login.php is already inside the home folder, so that's why we do not need to mention the home/ here. So let me just save it here. Let me just go back, refresh, and here let's say test@gmail.com, password 12345678, click on login, and there you go. It says this is user base. So right now let's go and try to log into the admin page. So let's go back, and here we're going to say admin@gmail.com, and the password for admin was 123456. 123456, click on login, and I made another mistake, and that is our admin folder is not inside the home folder. So what we need to do is that before this admin, we need to give .admin, because this admin folder is outside the home folder. So let me just save it again. Let me go back, refresh. Let's say here admin 123456, click, and here you can see this is admin page. So first of all, what you're going to do is that we're going to have a logout option here. So for it, let's go to our admin page.php, and here I'm going to mention an anchor tag. In this anchor tag, let's say here logout, and let's just create a logout page. So let's say here logout.php. And let's say we'll keep this logout.php inside this econ folder project. So we need to say here /, and again we'll go to our user page. So let me just copy this, and let's go to our user page, and we'll paste it here. So in the logout.php, we're going to let the user log out. So let me just right click on my project folder, then click on new file, and our file name will be logout.php, Control S, then save. So here we're going to write some PHP code. So let's keep the PHP opening, then the PHP closing. So inside this, we're going to say session_start, then we'll say session_destroy. So this will remove the login credential, and after that, after destroying the login credential, we'll send the user to the login page. So we'll say here location, they will go to the login page, and our login page is inside the home folder. So we said here home/login.php. So let's set this, and if we now refresh here, there you can see we have the logout option. We could click on logout, it will take us to the login page. So let's go to the user page, let's keep the password, click on login. Currently we are in the user page, and if we click on logout, it will take us to the login page. Now there is a issue that I would like to show. Here you can see currently we are not logged in, and if we want to go to the admin page or user page, we will be able to go, And in the URL, if we just say here user page.php and press enter, then you can see it took us to the user page. And at the same time, if we say here admin/admin page.php and press enter, it will take us to the admin page. Obviously, we shouldn't have access to the admin page or user page without login. So we need to add some security here in both admin and user page. So for it, what we are going to do is that, let's go back to the code and we'll go to our login.php. And here we are going to get the email address of the user, whoever is trying to log in. So we are going to say here $_session, and here we are going to declare a variable. Let's say the variable name will be user_email equal to, and here we are going to mention this $u_email and we'll paste it here. So what will happen is that whenever someone giving an input, this email address will be stored in this variable user_email, and whenever you are using session, it means those data will be sent to this location. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it for this user type admin as well. And whenever you are using session, you need to add session start at the beginning. So here after PHP, I'm going to say here session_start. You need that session start at the beginning if you want to use session. So right now, since we have the email address in the user page.php, so we can verify whether a user is logged in or not. So for it, let me just go to the user page.php first, and here I'm going to write some PHP code. So let me keep the PHP opening here, PHP opening, then PHP closing, and inside it we are going to give a if condition. We say here if, then we'll give a not sign, then we'll say here is set to first bracket, then we set $_session, and here inside this to single quotation we're going to mention this user_email and paste it here. Then we give to second bracket. So here you can notice that we said here the not sign. It means if there is no session, what we are going to do is that no session means if there is no email address, it means we'll send the user to the login page, and our login page is inside the home folder. So we say here location, and the location is home/login. And we're going to do the same thing for the admin page as well. So let me just copy the PHP whole code and we'll paste it at the top of our admin page.php and save it. So right now let's go back, and here you can see, okay, let me just go to the login page, and if I just try to go to the user page from here, let's say that user page.php, then press enter. Okay, not found because I made the same mistake again, and that is here you can see that I mentioned here home/login, but we are already in the home folder, so I just need to say here login. Okay, I forgot to give the .php here, so I also need to give .php here, and this admin page is inside the admin folder. So if we want to go to the home folder, we need to say here // here. Let's save it. So let me just go back, refresh. If I say here user page.php and press enter, it will keep us on the login page. And also if I say here admin/admin page.php and press enter, it will still keep us on the login page. But if we try to log in, we'll be able to go to that page. Let me click on login. Okay, this will be admin@gmail.com and the password. Click on login. Okay, it's not working. I think the mistake is we need to add session start at the beginning. I forgot to add it. So we need to say here session underscore start. Let me just copy this and I will paste it here in userpaste.php as well. Save it. So this time it will work. Let me just refresh here. Let's say here admin@gmail.com. Let's take the password, click login. It took us to the login page. And here, let's go to test@gmail.com. Let's keep the password here. Click login. There you can see we are able to go to the user page. So now there is one more issue. Since currently I am logged in, it means the user email exists. So right now, if I just say here, home admin/admin page.php and press enter, we'll be able to go to the admin page. And if I say here home/user page.php, press enter, we'll be able to go to the user page. So this shouldn't happen, right? So we need to solve this. So the solve is very simple. For it, what you need to do is that let's go to our login.php again. And let me just copy this, then paste it here. So here we are going to check the user type here. So we are going to say session user type is user. And it's say here user. And let me just copy this. And I'm going to paste it here. And here I'm going to say user type is admin. So here you can see user type is admin. So again, we're going to give a if condition for the user type in both admin page and user page. So let's write the condition in the user page first. So here we are going to say else condition, else if, and here in the else if we are going to check the user type. So for it, I'm going to say here is set, then we'll keep to first bracket here, then we'll say $_ session, then to third bracket to single quotation. And inside this to single quotation, we are going to mention this user type. So we say here user type, and we'll check the user type if the user type is equal to. So here you can see this is user page. So we say here admin. If the user type is equal to admin, then we'll send the user back to the login page. So if a user is logged in and if the user is trying to go to a page where the user type is admin, then it will send the user back to the login page. So let me just copy this else if condition and we're going to paste it in the admin page.php. And here we are going to say instead of admin, this time we'll say here user type is user. So if the user type is user and a admin is logged in, then it will send the admin to the login page. So here you can see user type. This user type is this one, just don't get confused, user and admin. And one more thing, I made a mistake is that for this, we not need to have any is set. So I'll remove this first bracket and is set and also this first bracket from here. We'll do the same for the admin page as well. So I can just copy this and paste it here. And here, let me just copy this header and paste it here. Location .home/login.php. And here I'm going to say user stop admin. So let's save this and let's go back to our browser. Let me refresh and let's say here test@gmail.com. Let's give the password, click on login. There you can see currently we are in the user base, and if we say here admin/adminpage.com.php and press enter, there you can see it takes us to the login page. But we'll be able to go to the home/user base if we want. There you can see. So let me just log into the admin dashboard. So I'll give the admin, then the password. There you can see currently we are in the admin page, and if we say here home/, user page.php, then press enter. There you can see it took us back to the login page. And if we keep those empty and click on login, it will say require. But if we give a wrong email address and wrong password, then click on login, it will give us this error with the message username or password is wrong, which we write in the login page. Over here you can see in the else condition we write username or password is wrong. So instead of showing the message over here like this, we should show the message at the top of our login form. So for it we are going to use session. So here let me just copy, or I can just directly say here $_ session. Then we do to third bracket, let's say here message, and the message will be this one. Username or password is wrong. I'll just paste this here. Let me use the echo and end it with a semicolon. So inside this $_ session message, we have this message that username or password is wrong. So I'm going to show this, let's say before this login form. So let me just say here h4 tag, and in the h4 tag, let me say here PHP opening, then the PHP closing. So inside this, let's mention this $_ session message, and I will paste it here. And before this, I'm going to say here echo $_ session. So if we save it and refresh here, there you can see it says username or password is wrong. And let's do one thing, that is, let's say at the top we are going to say error reporting, it will be 0. Let's save it. Let's go to our browser, let me refresh, and there you can see it says username or password is wrong. And if I click on refresh, okay, let's do one thing, that is, let's make the text size bigger here. So instead of h4, I'm going to say here h2 here. Save it, then refresh here. There you can see username or password is wrong. Let me give a. So there you can see we are able to go to different mails using different email address and password. So there you can see it took us to the admin page, and if we say here test@gmail.com, then keep the password here, then click on login, it will take us to the user page, and user do not have access to the admin page, and admin do not have access to the user page. So this is how you can make multi-authentication in PHP. I hope this video was useful to you. If you have any question or any suggestion, just let me know in the comment section. Make sure to subscribe, and I hope to see you in the future tutorials. Hello everyone, this is Yamin, and in this tutorial we are going to create a simple admin panel design using HTML and CSS. So here you can see this says this is admin page, and we have a logout option. So here we are going to have a sidebar, and at the top over here we are going to have the logout option here, and we are going to make this using HTML and CSS. So let's go back to our code, and here you can see currently I am in my admin page, and here you can see we have some HTML structure. So I will just remove this h1 and anchor tag, and first of all I'm going to mention a div, and in this div let's say here class name will be wrapper. After that we're going to mention another div, and in this div let's mention another class, and the class name will be sidebar. So inside this sidebar I'm going to first have a h2 tag. Let's say we have the admin panel title, it will be ecom admin. Then we'll mention a UL tag. Inside UL tag, we're going to have a li tag. Then inside this li tag, we'll have an anchor tag. So for now, in this href, let's give a hash here, and let me just copy this li tag, and I'm going to paste it over here. Let's say 3 times, 2 and 3. So let's say the first one will be dashboard, the second one will be users, the third one will be add products, and the last one will be view products. So right now if we save this and if we just refresh our browser, there you can see we have econ admin and the li tag or the anchor tag. So first of all, let's just remove the padding here, padding and margin, and let's also remove the underline and this dot here, I mean the list style here. So for it, let's go back to our code. And here in this admin folder, I'm going to create admin style.css file. So I just right click on my admin folder, then click on new file, and the file name will be admin style.css. Okay, let me just give a underscore here. So let's save this and click save. So first of all, we need to link this admin underscore style.css with our admin page.php. So for it, here inside the head section, I'm going to say here link, and here in the H step, we'll say admin underscore style.css. So we'll say here admin underscore style.css. So also write this, it means we are connected with our admin style.css. So here first we'll give a star here, then give 2 second bracket. We are going to say here margin, it will be 0. Then padding, it will be 0. After that, we are going to say text decoration, it will be none. So text decoration is for the anchor tag, for the underline, and then we'll say list style, it will be none. And we'll mention one more thing, that is box sizing, it will be border box. If we now save this, then here the padding will be gone, the space will be gone, this dot sign will be gone, and the underscore sign will be gone. If we refresh, there you can see it will look like this. So right now, let's go and add a few more text for the admin body. So for it, let's go back to our code, and here you can see that inside the div class wrapper, we have the sidebar divs. So after the sidebar div, I'm going to mention one more div here. So for this div, the class name will be, let's say, header. Then inside this div, let's mention another div, and in this div, we're going to have a anchor tag, and this will be for the log out button. Let's just give a hash for now, and here we're going to say class. Let's say class will be admin underscore header. Then we are going to mention another div, and for this div, let's mention a class here. The class name will be info. So inside this div, let's add some text here, just some random text. And if we now set this, then refresh here, there you can see it will look like this. And here you can see we have the logout option. So we want this logout option and this text to be on the right side. So for it, what we are going to do is that here, this div class header and this div class sidebar is inside the class called wrapper. So let's go to our admin style, and here we're going to say dot wrapper. We're going to say here display, it will be flags, and we'll also say here position, it will be relative. If we now set this, then refresh here, there you can see the logout and the text is on the right side. Let me just zoom in, there you can see. So right now what we are going to do is that we are going to have a background color for this sidebar. So let's go back. And here you can see the sidebar is inside the wrapper class. So what we are going to do is, we'll say here dot wrapper, then we'll say dot sidebar. Then to second bracket, we'll say background color will be black, and the width for the sidebar will be, let's say 200 PA, and the height will be 100%. And for the sidebar, the position will be fixed. Let's also add a padding. Let's say padding will be 30 PA. If we now save this, then refresh here, it will look like this. And here you can see that the H2 tags, the ecom admin color is black. That's why we are not able to see it. So let's just fix this on first. So let's go back to our code, and you can see that this ecom admin is inside the H2 tag. So let me just copy this wrapper and sidebar, then paste it here. We're going to mention the tag H2, then to second bracket. First of all, we'll say here the color for the text will be white. Let's add a margin bottom, it will be 30 px. Let's save this and let's refresh, and there you can see. Let's do one more thing, that is text transform, it will be uppercase. Let me show you. There you go. So let's just change the font family for the text, for all the text. So for it, let me just go at the top, and here inside this style, I'm going to say font family, it will be, let's say, sans serif. Refresh and it will look like this. So let me just say here, font size will be 20 px. Save, then refresh, and there you go. Right now, let's go and add some padding for the li tag. For it, let's go back to our code, and here, let me just copy this wrapper and sidebar. Then you can see that the li tag is inside the ul tag, and this ul tag is inside the sidebar and wrapper class. So we are going to say ul, then li, then to second bracket, let's say the padding will be 18px. Refresh, and there you go. Now let's go and change the color for the anchor tag, and let's also change the font size as well. For it, here you can see that the text is inside the anchor tag. So I'm just going to copy this, then paste it here, mention the anchor tag. To second bracket, we'll say color for the text will be white. Then font size will be 16px. Let me show you. And this is how it will look. So let's add a hover effect for the text. For it, it is really simple. All we need to do is we need to say here wrapper ul li anchor tag. Then we need to say hover, and the color will be, let's say, sky blue. We will hover our cursor on the text, and there you can see the color change to sky blue. And let's also change the background as well. For it, what we need to do is, this time we are going to write the hover effect for the li tag. So we'll say here hover, and for it the background color will be, let's say, gray. Save, then refresh, and there you go. If we now hover on it, the background color is changed. So there you can see the background color changed, but it's not taking the full width. So let me just go back, and let me just go to the sidebar, and here you can see wrapper sidebar. So after this padding 30px, I'm going to say padding 0px for the left side. If we now save it, then refresh here, there you can see it move to the left side, and right now it's taking the full width of the list. So let's have it in the centers. For it, I'm just going to say for this h2 tag, text align, it will be center. Refresh, and there you go. So here you can see that the text is right now inside this black sidebar. So we are going to move this on the right side. For it, what we are going to do is, first of all, let's write the CSS for the logout option first. For it, here you can see that it is inside the header section. So let's go and write some CSS for this header. Let me copy this. Let's go to our admin style. Here I'm going to say dot header, then to second bracket, then we'll say here margin left, it will be, let me just show you. Here you can see that for the sidebar we mentioned the sidebar width will be 200 pixel or 200 px. So for the header we are going to say margin left, it will be 200 px. So it will move the text whatever we have inside this header to a little bit on the right side, because we said margin left. If we now refresh, there you can see everything is on the right side. So let's have this logout option on the right side, and let's have the text position here. Let's go back. Let's say here width will be 100%. After that, here you can see inside the header we have admin underscore header. So I'm going to say here dot header, then dot admin header, then to second bracket. First of all, we are going to say the background color will be black. For the header, we are going to say padding will be 15px. We'll say width, it will be 100%, and the height, it will be 70px. Save this, then refresh here. There you can see we have a black background and the height is 70px and width is 100%. So let's have this logout on the right side. Let's go back, and here you can see that the logout is inside the anchor tag. Header, admin header, then the anchor tag. So let me just copy this, then paste it here, mention the anchor tag, to second bracket, we are going to say float, it will be right. We are going to add a background color for the anchor tag. Let's say the background color will be sky blue. Then padding will be 10 px. And let's make the background color round. So we are going to say here border radius, it will be 15 px. Let's say save it, refresh, and there you can see we have the logout option. And let's have the text a little bit downside. So we are going to use margin top here for the text, and the text is inside the info class. So I'm going to write some CSS for the info class. So I'll say here info to second bracket, let's say here margin top, it will be, let's make it 120 pixel, and let's also say padding 10 px. Save it, then refresh, and there you go. Okay, I think 120 is too much. So let's say here 70 px, and let me just copy this text, and I'm going to paste it multiple times so that it looks better. Save, and there you go. So this is how you can create a simple admin panel using HTML and CSS. So here you can see we have the logout option. So what we are going to do is that for this logout option, I'm going to mention this logout.php, which I showed you in the previous tutorial. So for it, there you can see this logout.php is outside the admin folder. So we need to give here dot slash, then we'll say logout.php. Let's save it, refresh here, click on logout. It will take us to the login form, and if we say here admin@gmail.com, then if the password, click login, it will take us to the admin panel. In the next tutorial, I'm going to show you how to add product from the admin panel in PHP. So make sure to subscribe, and I hope to see you in the future tutorials. Welcome to PHP e-commerce project tutorial for beginner. In this tutorial, we are going to let the admin add the product data from the admin panel. So for it, let me just click login, and let's go to our admin dashboard. So let's give the password, which is 123456, then click login, and there you can see this is our admin dashboard. So here what you want is that when you click on this add product button, then it will take us to another page where we'll have some input field to upload some data for the product. So for it, let's go back to our code, and we'll go to our admin folder. Inside admin folder, here you can see we have admin page.php, and if you go down here, you can see add products. So here you can see we have href here. So we are going to remove this hash from here, and I'm going to say here add underscore product.php, then save it. So right now we are going to create add underscore product.php inside this admin folder. So I'll just right click on the admin folder, then click on new file, and I'll say here add underscore product.php. So Control S, then save. So first of all, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy whatever design we have from this page, which is admin page.php, which is this one. Here you can see dashboard, user, add product, view products, and some other things. So I'm just going to copy this, and then I'll remove this and paste whatever I just copied. So let me just remove this text from here, from this add product. So I will just remove this p tag from here, and I'll keep this div class info, then save it, and then let me just refresh here. And if we now click on add products, it will take us to this page, and there you can see there is no text right now over here. So here in this div class info, let's say here age on tag, we are going to say here add products. If we now save this, then refresh here, there you can see it says add products. So here we are going to have some input fields to upload some product data. So let's go back to our code, and here let's mention a div first. Then in this div we are going to have a form. So we'll say here form, and here let's mention another div, opening, div closing, and inside this we are going to have a label for the product title. Let's say here only title, Then for this level, we're going to have an input field, and the input type will be text, and the name will be title. Okay, let me just mention a class name here first. Let's say class name will be div underscore deg. So right now let's copy this, and I'm going to paste it 3 times. 1, 2, and 3. So after title, we'll have the product description. Let's say here description, and here name equal to. Okay, so for description, instead of input type text, we're going to say here text area. And in this text area, I'm going to say here name, and the name will be description. So this will be the price. So I'm going to say here price, and the price will be in number. So input type will be number, and the name will be price. So right now let's also have the product quantity as well. So I'm going to say here quantity. So type will be for quantity number, and name equal to, let's say quantity. Let's just say here QTY. And we're going to have one more tip for the submit button. So for submit button, there is no need to have any level. So the submit button type will be submit, and the name will be, let's say add underscore product. And we also need to say here value. Value will be add product. So let's save this, and right now let's go back to our browser, and if we refresh, it will show us this way. So right now we're going to add some simple design here. So let's go back, and here first of all let's have it in the center. So in this tip, I'm going to mention a class. Let's say class name will be my underscore form, and for this form I'm going to write some CSS. So I'll just copy this, and let's go to our admin style.css. Let's go down. Here I'm going to say dot my form to second bracket. We're going to say here margin left. Let's say it will be 30%. If we now save this, then if we now refresh, there you can see it is almost in the center. So let's go and write some CSS for the title, so that there is some space among the input field and label, and also let's add some padding among the input fields as well. So let's go back, and here you can see we have a tag called label. So we are going to say here the tag which is label to second bracket. We are going to say here width, it will be 200 pixel, and we need to say one more thing before this, which is display, it will be inline block. If we now set this, then refresh here, there you can see it will look like this. So I think that space is too much. Let's say here it will be 150. After that, here you can see we mention a div class name which is div underscore dg. So I'm going to mention the class name. Then we'll say here padding. It will be, let's say 15 pixel. Save, refresh, and there you go. It will look like this. So right now let's just increase the font size for the level, and let's also make some design for the input field as well. So let's go back, and for the level I'm going to say here font size, it will be 15 pixel. Then here you can see we have some input field for text, then number, input type number. For those two, let's add some CSS. So I'm going to say here input, put third bracket, we'll say here type equal to, first one will be text, then let's give a comma here. We'll give again to third bracket, we'll say here type equal to number. Then to second bracket, and here we're going to say the text field width will be 30%. Then let's say here padding, it will be 12 px, and resize, it will be vertical. And let's also say here box sizing, it will be border box. Save it, then refresh here, it will look like this. Let's just increase the description height and width. For it, we can just do it really easily, or let me just say here text area, then to second bracket, I'm going to say here width, it will be 30%, and let's mention height, it will be, let's say 200 pixel. Save it, refresh, and it will look like this. I think the description with 40% will look good. Refresh here. Okay, that's fine. So right now what we are going to do is that when you click on this add product button, those data will be uploaded to a table. So let's go create a product table. For it, we'll go to our database, which is php_ecom. So here we are going to create a table. For it, just click on the database. Then here you can see we have an option called create new table. So here we need to give a table name. Let's say the table name will be products, and the number of column will be ID, title, description, price, quantity, and image. So number of column will be 6. So I'll click on create, and there you go. So here first one will be ID, this one will be title, then we'll have the description, then the price, this will be quantity, and the last one will be image. And I forgot to add the image field here. So I'll add the image field a little later. Let me just create the table first. So the title will be burger, description will be burger, price will be burger, quantity will be burger, let's say, and the image will be burger. So for description, instead of burger, let's choose here long text. Just choose long text for description. So for ID, let's say here 50, for title 50, for description let's say here 255, for price let's say 50, quantity will be 50, and for image let's say 255. And we will not allow null value. And here you can see AI. So we are going to make our ID primary, and we also want to increase the ID value automatically. So I'll click on this AI for the ID, and there you can see ID become primary key. So once you keep those, just go down, and here you can see the save button. Just click on save, and there you can see a table is created. So we are going to upload some data to this table. So first of all, let me just add the upload image option here. So let's go back, and we'll go to our add product. So after the quantity, I'm going to add the image field. So here, let's say here product image, and for the image we need to say here type will be file, and let's say the name will be my_image. So let's get the top, and here in this form we need to say here action, then we'll say here method, then we need to say here enc type, and enc type will be multi-part / form data. We need to mention this multi-part / form data because we want to upload a file from here. So make sure to add this, otherwise you'll get an error, and the method will be post since we want to upload data to the table. And we'll keep this empty because we are going to write the PHP code to upload those data to the table in the same page. So we'll just keep this empty. So right now, let's get the top, and here you can see we already have the PHP opening and the PHP closing. So first of all, what we are going to do is that we are going to connect this add product.php with the database. So for it, just I am going to declare variable $con equal to, we'll say here my SQLI underscore connect. And inside this, first of all, I'm going to say here localhost. Then we are going to mention the database username, which is by default root. The password is by default null, and our database name is myecom. Let me just show you. Here you can see our database name is php_ecom. So on site, just write this. It means we are connected to the database. So right now we are going to write the code to upload the product data to the product table. So for it, first of all, I am going to say here a if condition, if, then we'll say here is set, and inside this we'll say $_post, and make sure this post is capital letter, and in this variable we need to mention the submit button name. Here you can see input type submit, and the button name is add_product. So we need to mention this inside this variable. So what we are doing is that we are checking whether someone click on the submit button. So if someone click on the submit button, first of all, what we will do is that we will get those data, this title, description in a variable. For it, here let me just declare a variable. In order to declare a variable, we need to say here dollar. Let's say it will be title equal to, we'll say dollar underscore post, and then inside this two single quotation, we are going to mention the input field name, which is, here you can see for the title, the name is title. So I'm just going to write here title, and after title we have description. So let me just copy this and paste it 3 times for now. So let's say here the variable name will be des, and here I'm going to say description. So this is just a variable. You can declare this anything you want, but here you can see description. This name will come from the input field from here. Here you can see name equal to description. So I hope you are clear. Here you can see price. We write quantity like this, QTY. Okay, so I'm going to say here price, and here let's say quantity let's just say QTY, and here let's say QTY, which was in the input field. So right now we're going to get the image, but getting the image is a little bit of different. First of all, let me declare a variable. Let's say dollar image underscore name. Then we need to give a equal sign, and since image is a file, so we need to say here dollar underscore files, and inside this variable we need to measure our image name, and here you can see our image name is my underscore image, and we are going to say this my underscore image. Again we'll give 2 third bracket, 2 single quotation. Inside this we're going to say name. So what we are doing is that we're going to take the name of the image and keep this in this variable. After this we are going to separate the image name and image extension. So let me declare another variable $tmp equal to, we'll say here explore, and here we're going to give 2 double quotation. Inside it we'll give a single quotation. Then here you can see strings. Instead of string I'm going to mention this image name. So here what we are doing is that we are separating the image and the image extension, and the image extension will be stored in the tmp array. So after that let me declare another variable. Let's say here new file name equal to, so we are going to give the image a unique name using a time function. So let's say here round, then to first bracket I'm going to say here micro time, and inside this first bracket I'm going to say here true, then we'll give a dot, 2 single quotation, a dot, and here we're going to say here int, and inside this we're going to mention this variable tmp. So we'll say here tmp. So inside this in tmp we have the image extension name, and we are giving the image a unique name using time function. After that we're going to store the image in a folder. So let me just declare a variable. Let's say here $upload path equal to, first of all let me just create a folder in this project. So I'll just right click and then click here new folder. Let's say the folder name will be product underscore image, and we're going to upload all the image in this folder. So for it we'll give 2 double quotation here, then we need to mention the folder location, and here you can see currently we are in the admin folder, and this product image folder is outside the admin folder. So we need to give here dot then slash, then we are going to mention this folder name which is product underscore image, then we need to give another slash here, then here we are going to give a dot, then we'll mention this new image file name, and in this with a semicolon. Now we're going to say here move underscore uploaded file, and here you can see move underscore uploaded file, and here you can see file name and destination. So here in the file name we're going to say $_files, and in this variable we need to mention this my image. So we are going to say here my underscore image. After that, we need to give another 2 third bracket, then to single quotation, and here we need to say tmp underscore name. And then we need to mention the destination. So destination will be this one, uploaded path. So we'll just paste it here and in this with a semicolon. Let me just write it like this. So here what we are doing is that we are uploading the image and the image name will be temporary. That's why we say temp underscore image, and the destination will be this one with the new file name. So we are able to get all the data in the variable. And right now we are going to write a query to upload those data to the database table. So for it, we are going to declare a variable, let's say $SQL equal to, we'll give to double quotation. We are going to say here insert into, we need to mention our table name, which is product. Let me just check the name because we need to write it exactly. So there is a S, products. So we need to say here products. Then we're going to give to first bracket like this. And right now we need to get the name from the table, from the database table. So here you can see title, description, price, quantity, and image. So we need to write those names exactly over here. So I'm going to say here title, comma, description, comma, price, comma, quantity, comma, description, and the last one was image. So we need to mention right now values. And what are the values? Values will be those on. Here you can see title, description, price, quantity, and the image. So for the values, we need to give to single quotation. Then we need to mention this $title. So let me just copy this and paste it here. Then give a comma, again to single quotation. So after title, we have description. We write here DS. So we'll say here $DS. After that, again to single quotation, we have $price, which will come from here. Then we have QTY, which is for quantity. So we say here QTY. Before it, we need to give a $. And right now we need to mention the image name, and the image name is this one. Here you can see new file name, where we modify the image name using time function. So we'll give a comma to single quotation and we'll mention the image name. So there you go. And we need to end this with a semicolon. So after that, we need to say here $data equal to my SQLi underscore query, then to first bracket. And here we need to mention the database connection. Here you can see $conf, where we make the connection with the database. So we are going to mention this, then we will mention our SQL query. So once you write this, it means you will be able to upload the data to the database table. So here, let me just give a if condition, and here, if the upload is successful, we will keep the user on the same page. So we say here header, then to first bracket, then to single quotation, we'll say location, and the location will be the same page, which is add underscore product. And currently you are in the admin folder already, so we don't need to mention the admin folder name here. So we'll say here add underscore product dot PHP. So let's save this and let me just refresh here. There you can see we have the product image option here. So let's give a title. Let's say title will be shirt. Let's say here test, description, price will be 100, quantity will be 100, and let's choose the image. Let me just choose some random image from here. Okay, let's choose this camera image, click on open. Then right now if we click on add product, okay, so there's a error uncaught SQL column value doesn't match. Okay, let me check. Title, description. Okay, I made a mistake here. You can see I write description here twice, so that's not giving us the error. So we need to write it like this. So let me just save it. Let's go back. Let me just refresh here again. Let's say here camera. Let's say test camera, price will be 350, quantity will be 15. Let's choose the image from here, click on open, and then let's click on add product. There you can see our page reloaded, and if we just refresh our products table, so if we just click on this browse, it will refresh our database, and there you can see we have the title, description, price, quantity, and the image properly. And let me just check the images folder. If we now click on this product image, there you can see we have an image here, and I think the image size is too big. That's why we are not able to see it properly. There you can see this is the image that we just uploaded. So we are able to successfully upload our image to the database. So we are able to successfully upload the data from the admin panel. So in the next tutorial, we are going to show the product data from the table to our this admin panel. So if we click on view product, it will show us all the product data from the database. So thank you very much for watching. Make sure to subscribe, and I hope to see you in the future tutorials. Hello everyone, welcome to PHP e-commerce project tutorial for beginner. In the previous tutorial, we let the admin add product from the admin panel. So in this tutorial, we are going to show those product from the database table to our admin panel. So when the admin click on this view products option, it will show us all the product data from the database. So let's go back to our code, and we'll go to our admin, and inside admin here you can see admin page.php. And we'll just go down till you will see this view products anchor tag here. So inside this href, I'm going to say display underscore product dot php, and here those sidebar is also inside add product dot php as well. So let me just say here display. So let me just copy this, make sure to save this, and then go to add product dot php and just paste here again. In the href, just say display product.php. So what will happen is that when someone click on view product from add product.php or from the admin page, if someone click on view product, it will take us to this page, which is display underscore product.php, but we do not have this page. So I'm going to create this page inside the admin folder. So I'll just right click and then click on new file, and our file name will be display underscore product.php. So save it. So here let me just say simple HTML, and in the body let's say here all products. Right now whenever someone click on this view products, it will go to this page. So let's go to our browser. Let me refresh and let's click on view products, and there you can see it says all products. There you can see. So right now we want this design to that to this page. Okay, so for it what I am going to do is really simple. I will go to my admin page.php and I am going to copy everything from here. So Ctrl A, Ctrl C, then I will paste it in this display product.php. So Ctrl V. So right now here you can see we have a text inside this div class info. I'm just going to remove this text from here, and I'll say here h on, let's say all products. If we now save this, then refresh here, there you can see we have a text here called all products. So here we are going to have a table, and in this table we are going to show all the product from the products table. For it, what we need to do is, first of all, we are going to create a table here first. So I'm going to say here table. Then in this table, we are going to have first table row, and in the first table row, we'll have the table header. So let me just copy this table header, and I'm going to paste it 4 times. So in the first one, let's say here title, product title. This one will be product description. Then we'll have the product quantity. After that, we'll have the product price, and the last one will be the product image. After that, we're going to mention another tier, and this tier would be for the product data. So we have 5 headers, so we need to have 5 TD, table data. So let me just copy this, and I'm going to paste it 4 times. So let's just say here random data. let's say here A, B, C, D. If we now save this, then refresh here, there you can see we have the table here. And we want to show this table in the center, and also there should be a little bit of design as well. So first of all, let's just make it look like a table. Let's just add a border first. So for it, let's go back, and here you can see we have the table tag. So what I'm going to do is that I'll just copy this table tag, and let's go to our admin_style.css. Let's just go down and let's mention the table tag. We're going to say here border, it will be 4px solid black. Let's say here 2px instead of 4. Let's save this, and if we now refresh here, there you can see there is a border right now. So let's have a background color for the table header. So for it, let's go back, and here you can see we have the th tag here. So what we are going to do is we are going to mention the th tag. Then to second bracket, we'll say here background color will be sky blue. Then let's say here padding will be del px. Then also text align, it will be center, and font weight, it will be bold. Let's say font weight, it will be bold. If we now save, then refresh here, it will look like this. So let's just go back, and here in the table tag, I'm going to say margin left, let's say 30%. Save it, refresh. Okay, there we go. So right now we are going to show the data from the database. This is just a static data. So first of all, what we need to do is that we need to get the data from the product table in this display_product.php. So first we need to connect our display_product.php to the database. For it, I'm just going to declare a variable in this PHP opening and PHP closing. So here, let's declare a variable, let's say $const equal to mysqli_connect. First, we'll say localhost. After that, we need to say here root, then a null data. After that, we need to measure database name, which is php_ecom. So once you write this, it means we are connected to the database. So here, this all is our database name. Here you can see that this is our database name. So right now we're going to write a SQL query. So here I'm going to say $SQL equal to, we'll give to double quotation. We're going to say here select star form. Then we need to measure table name, and our table name is products. So select star form products, it means get all the data from the products table, and make sure that the spelling this on should match with your database. So once you write this, it means the data from the product table will be stored in this $SQL variable. So right now we're going to declare another variable, let's say $result equal to mysqli_query to first bracket. First of all, we need to mention this connection $con. Then we need to mention the $SQL here. Let's say here $SQL. So right now what will happen is that we'll make a connection with the product table and the database, and then we'll store those data in this $result variable. So right now using the $result, we'll be able to show all the data from the product table to this table, inside this table. So first of all, in order to show the product, we need to use while loop. So, and while loop is a PHP code. So we need to give a PHP opening here. Then we need to give PHP closing like this. So here inside this, I'm going to say while to first bracket. Then we're going to declare a variable. Let's say $row. You can declare any variable. Then we need to say here mysqli_fetch_so. Then to first bracket, and inside this we need to mention this $result. So we are going to mention the $result inside this two first bracket. Then we need to give to second bracket. So here this second bracket, the last one, will end after that tier tag. So what I am going to do is that we are going to end this PHP tag over here, and then I am going to start another PHP opening here. We are doing this because we are not allowed to write HTML code inside a PHP tag. That's why we are doing this. So I'll just cut this from here. Then I'll paste after the tier tag. And here you can see those are actually HTML code, and we cannot write HTML code inside PHP tag. If we write it, it will give us a error like this. There you can see it is showing us in a different way. So we need to write it outside the PHP tag. So that's why we are writing it like this. Let me just make it so that you can understand it clearly or see it clearly. So here you can see the PHP code started here, and after the while loop and the second bracket, we ended the PHP. And here again, the PHP started here, and after the second bracket for the while loop, the PHP tag ended here. So I hope you are clear, you are not confused. So right now here, instead of those dummy data, we are going to get the data from the table. So here for it, we need to give the PHP opening and PHP closing here. So in the first TD, again, I'll give another PHP opening, then the PHP closing. We are doing this because we are going to write some PHP code here. So inside this PHP opening and closing, we'll say here echo, then we'll say $row, which is basically this one. So using the $row, we'll be able to get the data one by one from the database. So we said $row, then we need to give to third bracket like this and to single quotation. So first of all, we want to get the title, and in the database here you can see we write title here like this, description like this, price, quantity and image like this. So we need to write it exactly we write in the database. So I'm going to say here title. So after title, we have the description, quantity, price and image. So let me just copy this, and I'm going to paste it for this one and this one. So this last TD will be for the image, and the image is a little bit of different. So after title, we need to say here description. Let me just show you. Here we write description like this, and you need to write it exactly you write in the table. Here you can see description, price, quantity. So I'm going to say here description, then this one will be quantity, and then this one will be price. So right now, let me just show you. We'll show the image later. If I just save this, then refresh here, there you can see you are able to get the product title, description, quantity and price. So right now we're going to show the image. So in order to show the image, inside this TD tag, we need to mention the image tag. And in the source, we need to mention the folder where we uploaded our image. And we uploaded our image in this product_image folder. And there you can see. And this product_image folder is outside the admin folder. So our display product is inside the admin folder, and this folder is outside the admin folder. So we need to give two dot, then a slash, then we need to mention our folder name, which is product_image. Then we need to give a slash here. And right now we're going to write the PHP code. So I can just copy this from here and paste it here. So make sure to give a slash here. So here you can see the double quotation started here and it ended here. So here instead of title, we need to say here image, because in the database table here you can see image. That's why we are writing here image. So let's just mention the image height and width. So let's say here height, it will be 80 px, and width it will be 80. Okay, let's just say here 80 and 80. And I think I made a mistake somewhere. Okay, here you can see I give a arrow here, this won't be here. Okay, now that this looks perfect. Just make sure that you do not make any mistake. Okay, let me just write it like this so that you can see it clearly. So if we save it, then refresh now, there you can see you are able to see the images here. And let's just add some padding for the TD tag as well. So let's go to our admin style.css, and here I'm going to say TD. Let's say here padding 10 px and margin 10 px. Let's also set here text align, it will get center. And let's do one more thing, that is for the table. Let's say here width, it will be 70%. Save, refresh, okay, there you go. So instead of 30 margin left, let's say here 10%. And for the image, let's say here 100 height and 100 width. Refresh, and there you go. So it's too close, we can add a little bit of margin here for the table tag. So here I can say margin top, let's say 30 pixel. Save it, and there you go. So we are able to show the data from the product table to our admin page. And if we go to our add product, add another product, let's say a test, price 100 or 1000, quantity 10. Let's choose a random image from here. Let's choose this one, click on open and click on add product. A product is added. If we go to our view products, there you can see there is one more product here. So I hope this was useful for you. In the next tutorial, we are going to show how to delete data from the database. So make sure to subscribe, and I hope to see you in the future tutorials. Hello everyone, this is Gavin and welcome to PHP e-commerce tutorial for beginner. In this tutorial, we are going to let the admin delete the product from the admin panel. So first of all, we are going to have a delete column here, and we'll have a delete button here. Once we click on the delete button, it will delete that certain data. So for it, let's go back to our code and we'll go to our admin folder. Inside admin folder, we have display product.php. So right now, we'll go down first, and here you can see after this EHTH, we're going to mention another TH for the delete option. Let's say here delete, then let's go down, and here after this image TD, let me just write it like this. After this image TD, we are going to mention another TD here. And in this TD, we are going to have an anchor tag. So here, let's just say delete. If we now save this, then refresh here, there you can see we have a delete option here. So let's just make a simple design for the delete button. For it, let's go back, and here in this anchor tag, I'm going to mention a class. Let's say the class name will be DL_button, DTN. So right now we're going to write some CSS for this delete button. So let me just go to my admin style.css and let's just go down. Here we're going to give a dot, then delete button. We're going to set the background color for the delete will be red. Then we're going to set padding will be 7 px, and let's say border radius, it will be 10 px. And let's also say here the text color will be white. Let's save this. Let's come back. Let me refresh, and there you can see our delete button will look like this. So what is that when you click on this delete button, it will delete that certain data. For it, let's go back and let's go to our display product, and here you can see href. So in this href, first of all, we're going to mention this file name, and this file name is display product.php. So I'm going to say here display_product.php. We are mentioning this because we're going to write the delete code in the cell page. Then we'll give a question mark here. Then we'll say here id equal to. After that, we're going to give the PHP opening, then the PHP closing. There you can see. Let me just write it like this so that you can see it properly for now. So here you can see we have the anchor tag. Inside anchor tag we have the class, and here you can see href display product.php. We are going to write the PHP code to delete the data in the same page. And here what we are doing is that we are saying id equal to the PHP opening and PHP closing. So here what we will do is that you can see that using $row we are able to get the title description, quantity and price. So the same way using row $row we will be able to get the ID as well. So here I'm going to say echo $row, then to third bracket to cell quotation, and we want to get the ID. So we say here ID, and this ID will come from the database. Let me just show you. Here you can see that ID for the products. So the ID will come from here. So right now what will happen is that whenever someone click on the delete button, it will be able to get the ID. Let me just show you. If we now set this and take our cursor on this delete button, just notice over here at the left down side, you will be able to see the ID here. There you can see ID equal to 1, then ID equal to 2 and ID equal to 3. So right now we're going to write the SQL query in order to delete that certain data. For it, let's just go at the top, and here after this database connection, we're going to give a if condition. First of all, we're going to check if someone click on that delete button. So we say here if is said, then here we'll say $_ get inside his to single quotation, we'll say ID. So we'll check whether someone click on the delete button, and once someone click on the delete button, it means we'll be able to get the ID. It means we need to come to this if condition. If is said there is any ID, first of all, let me declare a variable, let's say $p_id, and inside this variable we're going to store this ID. So for it, I can just copy this and paste it here. So the ID value will be stored in this variable. Then we're going to write a SQL query for delete. Let's say here TL_SQL equal to, we say delete from, we need to measure table name which is products. Then we need to say here where ID equal to, we need to give two single quotation, and inside this two single quotation we need to mention this P_ID, and we need to end this with a semicolon. So here what we are doing is that we are first of all getting the ID, then we are saying delete the data from the product table where the ID is equal to this one. So whatever ID matches in the table, it will delete that certain row data. Okay, so right now we need to say one more thing, that this, let's say $data equal to, we say MySQLi_query to first bracket. We need to mention this $connection. Then we need to give a comma here, and after that we're going to mention this SQL query, and in this with a semicolon. So we'll give a if condition, if $data, if the delete is successful, we send the user back to the same page. So we say here header, then we'll say location will be the same page, which is display_product.php. So I'll say here display_product.php. So right now, if we save this, let me just explain this on first. So whenever someone click on this delete button, it will get the ID. So it will go to this if condition, store the ID in this variable. Then we are writing this query delete from products per the ID match. And if the delete is successful, we'll send the user back to the same page. So let's go back to our browser. Let me just refresh. Okay, I already clicked the last data, that's why it automatically deleted. So right now, let's say we want to delete this one. So if I now click on delete, then you can see it got deleted. So you might click on this delete button by accident. So we should add a confirmation message. So what we are going to do is, we're going to say here in the anchor tag, we'll say on click, then we'll say return confirm to first bracket to single quotation, and we'll say are you sure to delete this, and we need to end this with a semicolon, and make sure to give two single quotation here, not double quotation. Okay, so if we save this, then refresh here. Okay, I think I made a mistake. Let me check. Okay, there you can see there is an arrow sign here. We need to remove this. So let's save this again. Then let me refresh, and there you can see we have a delete option. If we click on delete, it will ask us a question, are you sure to delete this? If we click cancel, it will delete the data. So let me just add a product here. Let's say here test, price will be 100, quantity will be let's say 10, and let's choose a random image from here. Let's choose this one, click open, then click add product. product is added. Let's go to Q product. There is one more product. If we click on delete, it is asking are you sure to delete this. If I now click OK, there you can see that data is deleted. So this is how you can delete product data from the admin panel in PHP. I hope this was easy for you to understand. If you have any question, just let me know in the comment section. Make sure to subscribe, and I hope to see you in the future tutorials. Hello everyone, welcome to PHP e-commerce project tutorial for beginner. In this tutorial, we are going to let the admin update the product from the admin panel. So first of all, let's go and have an update option here. So for it, let's go back to our port. And here we'll go to our display product.php, and here you can see in the table we have some table header. So after the delete, I'm going to mention another th, and inside this th, let's say here update, and then we'll go down, and this td is for the delete option. So after this td, let's mention another td, and for this td we're going to have an anchor tag. In this anchor tag, we're going to say update. Let's say here update. Let's save this, and right now if we just refresh here, there you can see we have the update option. So let's just make a simple design for the update button. For it, I'm going to mention a class. Let's say the class name will be upd underscore button btn. So we're going to write some css for this. So for it, let's go to our admin style.css. Let's just go down, and I'm going to set dot update button with second bracket, and here I'm just going to copy this delete button style and paste it here. And for the update, the background color will be, let's say, blue. So right now if we just save this, and if we now refresh here, there you can see the update button color changed. So what we want is that when we click on the update button, it will take us to another page with the data of a specific row. So for it, what we need to do is really simple. Just like delete, first of all we need to catch the ID and go to a certain page. Let's say the page name will be update underscore product dot php, and we also need to catch the ID. So we'll give a question mark, then we say here ID equal to, we need to mention the PHP opening, then the PHP closing. So inside this, we need to get the ID. So how can we get the ID? Here you can see using $row, we are able to get the title, and also for the delete button, using $row, we are able to get the ID. So the same way, we are going to say here echo $row to third bracket to single quotation, we'll say ID. So right now we need to create this update product.php. So for it, what we need to do is that I'll just right click on the admin folder, then click on new file, and the file name will be update underscore product.php. So Ctrl S, then save. So let's just say here simple HTML, and if we just say in the body, let's say update page, save this. So what will happen is that whenever someone click on this update button, it will go to this update product.php, which is this one. So let's go to our browser, refresh here, and click on update button. There you can see it go to this page, update page. So right now what we're going to do is that we're going to get the design for the admin page. So for it, what we'll do is we'll go back to our forward, and we'll go to our admin page.php, and I'm going to copy everything from this page. So Ctrl A, Ctrl C, and let's go to our update product.php, remove every code, paste whatever we just copied from here, admin page.php. So here we are going to remove this p tag, and here we are going to say h on update page. If you now save, then refresh here and click on update, there you can see we have the admin page design and update page text here. So right now what we want is that when you click on add products, there you can see we are able to see some design. So this design we want to show in our update page when you click on update. So here what I am going to do is that I am going to copy the code from the add products, those found code. Okay, so for it, let's go to our add product.php. For it, here you can see add product.php, and we'll just actually go down. Then here you can see that we have a form here inside a div plus my form. So I'm going to copy this entire div or this entire form. So let me just go down, and the form ended here, and this is the my div, this one, my form. So I'll just copy this, and I'm going to paste this in this update page, update folder. So I'll just paste it here. There you go. So we have form action method is for inside multi-part form data. We have the title, description, price, quantity, product image, and the submit button. So here instead of add product, let's say here name equal to for the submit button, update product, and the value will be update product as well. Save it. Then let's go to our new product. Then click on update. There you can see update page, and we have some text field. So now what we need to do is inside those text field, we need to get the data from the row. So whenever we click on the update button, we want to show the title, description, quantity, price, and image in this input field. For it here, you can see in the dist_product.php, we are sending the ID from here. So first of all, we need to catch this ID in the update product.php. For it, we'll go inside the php tag. Then we are going to declare a variable, let's say $p_id equal to, we need to get this ID from here. Here you can see ID equal to the ID. So for it, we'll say $_get, then we need to mention the ID. And this ID you are seeing is basically this one. So the ID will be stored in this variable. Right now we're going to write the SQL query. And okay, I forgot to do one thing, that is we need to make a connection with the database from this update product.php. Let me just write that first. Let's say here $con equal to my SQLi_connect. Then we'll say here localhost, root, the password by default null, and we need to mention our database name, which is php_econ. This is our database name. So right now we are connected to the database. So right now using the ID, we are going to get the specific data from the table. Let me just declare a variable here. Let's say $SQL equal to double quotation. We'll say select star form. We need to mention our table name, and our table name is products. Let me just show you. Here you can see you have a table called products. There you can see. So from this table, we want to get a specific data. So we say select star from product, then we say where ID equal to, we need to give to single quotation, then we need to say here $p_id. So here you can see where ID. So this ID is basically coming from the database table. Here you can see ID. So we are checking whether this ID matches with this ID, and if matches, we are getting all the data for that specific ID. After that, let's declare one more variable. Let's say $result equal to MySQLi_query. Then to first bracket, we are going to mention this $con and this $SQL. So we say here $con, $SQL. After that, we are going to get the row data. So let's declare another variable. Let's say $row. And you can declare those variable anything you want. Then we'll say MySQLi_page_so. Then to first bracket, and inside this so we need to mention this $result. So right now one data for a specific ID is stored in this $row variable, and using this $row we'll be able to show the data in the input field. So here you can see input type text, name equal to title. So here I'm going to say hello, and then we'll mention the PHP opening, then PHP closing, and inside this we'll say echo, then dollar row to third bracket, and then you can see this is title. So inside the dollar row we need to mention the title from here. Here you can see in the database table we write here title like this, description like this, price, quantity, and image like this. So we are going to say here in this row title. So this should be matched with the table. So after title we have description. So here for description, there you can see we have text area. See, this is a text area. We need to write it inside the text area like this. So again we are going to say dollar row to third bracket, and it will be description. After description we have price. Let's say here value. Okay, let me just copy this PHP opening and closing with the row, and here I'm going to say price. After price we have quantity. So again let's say here value, paste the PHP code, and here we say hello. And I think I made a mistake here. We need to mention here echo. I forgot to add echo here, and for this one as well, let's say here echo. I think for text area we need to say here echo. So let's save this again. Let's go back, refresh, click on the update button. There you can see you are able to see camera. Then we have test camera here, the description. There is the price, and there is error in quantity. Need to check. Okay, this one. This will be quantity. Save it. Refresh, and there you go. So right now we're going to show the image over here, and here instead of product image I'm going to say here change product image. So here before this product image, let's mention another div, and in this div I'm going to show the image that exists in the database. So let's say here label, and label will be current image. So in the source we are going to mention the folder where we store our image, and we store our image in the product image folder. So we will give two dot then a slash, because this folder is outside the admin folder, that's why. So we are going to mention product underscore image, then a slash, then we'll give the PHP opening. Okay, let me just directly copy this from here and paste it here. So here it will be image. Then I'm going to mention the image height and width. Let's say the height. Okay, there comes a arrow. Let me remove the arrow from here. Height will be 80, and let's also mention width. It will be 80 as well. Okay, there is an arrow. Let me just remove it, save it, and refresh here. There you can see it is showing us current image. So here instead of product image, let's say here change image. So we'll say here change image. Let me just refresh, and there you go. So right now let me just add a design for this button, update product. For it, here you can see we already write a CSS called UPD button. So I'll just copy this and I will paste it for this submit button. So let's say here class name will be UPT underscore button. If we now refresh, there you can see it will look like this. So right now what we are going to do is that, okay, there is a space over here. The reason is, let me just show you. Here in the text area, I write this PHP tag in a different line. That's why. If we now write it like this, it will show us the text over here like this. So right now what we want is that if we make any changes over here, then also make some changes here and click on update button, then it will update the data and send us to the view product page. So for it, this is really simple. First of all, let me just go down, and here you can see name equal to update product and value equal to update product for the submit button. So first of all, we are going to check if someone click on the submit button. For it, we are going to give a if condition inside the PHP opening and PHP closing. So here we are going to say if, then to first bracket to second bracket like this, then we'll say here is set, then we'll set dollar underscore post, and in the variable we are going to mention the update button name. Here against the button name is update underscore product. So I'll just copy this and paste it here. So we'll come to this if condition only when someone click on the update product button. So when someone click on the update product button, we'll get the input field data and store it in a variable. So here you can see name equal to title, there you can see name equal to description, then name equal to QTY and the image. So first of all, let's get the title. So for it, let's say here p underscore title. This is just a variable equal to, we'll set dollar underscore post, and in the variable we're going to mention the input field title, and make sure that here you can see dollar underscore post, and I need to give a dollar here. So make sure that here you write the post capital and you need to write post, because here you can see method equal to post, and don't forget to add NC type multipart form data. And here you can see action. So action will be null because we are going to write the PHP code for updating the product data in the same page. So after title, let's get a description. Let's say dollar $t underscore ds equal to dollar underscore post, and it will be description. After description, let's get the price. Let's set p underscore price equal to dollar underscore post, and this will be price. We need to give a dollar here. Then we'll set here dollar p underscore quantity. Let's just say here QTY equal to dollar underscore post, and it will be QTY. So right now we are going to write the script query for update. So here let's declare a variable. Let's say dollar update underscore SQL equal to, we will say update product, then we say set. After that, we need to mention that column from the database table. So here you can see that the column name is title, description, price, quantity, and image like this. So here let's mention here title equal to, we'll give two single quotation, and inside this we need to mention this p underscore title. So I'll just copy this and paste it here. Then we need to give a comma. After title we have the description, and in the database we write description like this, description equal to two single quotation. Then inside this we need to mention this p underscore ds. So I'll just paste it here. Let's keep a comma again. Then we're going to mention the price equal to two single quotation to p underscore price, dollar p underscore price. After that we have quantity. Let's say here, okay, in the database table we write quantity like this. So we need to say here QUANTITY quantity equal to, it will be dollar p underscore QTY. So we write the SQL query. So right now we need to make those update in the database. So for it, we are going to declare a variable. Let's say dollar data equal to my SQLi underscore query, and we need to mention the database connection here, which is command. We need to mention this variable update underscore SQL. So once you write this, it means the data will be updated. So after updating the data, we'll send the user back to the display page, back to view product page. Okay, so for it, we're going to say if $data is successful, we'll say here header to first bracket to double quotation, we'll say location, and the location will be display underscore product.php. Let's say get display underscore product.php. So this is all you need to write. So let me just explain what will happen is that whenever someone click on this update product button, then it will go to the if condition, and here in the if condition, in those variable, it will get the input field value for title, description, price and quantity. After that, we write a SQL query for update. We write here update product set title, description, price, quantity. Then we are updating it in the table, and after updating the data, we are sending the user back to the display product page. So let's save this and let me refresh here. Let's click on update, and let's send here instead of best t-shirt ever, let's say here red t-shirt, and let's just send here shirt, and price will be 30, let's say quantity is 11. If I now click on update, there you can see it took us to the display page, and there you can see title is shirt, description is red shirt, quantity 11 and price is 30. So right now there you can see that we did not update the image, or we did not write the code for updating the image, because it is a little bit of different, and I'm going to show you how we can update the image. So for it, first of all, here we need to get the image. So right now I'm just going to copy some code from the add product.php. So here in the add product, if we just go down, there you can see over here we write this 5 line of code to upload the image. So I'll just copy this code from here, Ctrl C, and let's go to our update product.php, and over here I will paste that code. So here you can see image name equal to $_5 my image and the name. So here you can see this my image. This is our input field name. Here you can see for the input type file name is my image. So first of all, what we check is that if someone give any image input in the update page, if someone click on the choose file and choose the image over here, so we'll check that first. So here after this image name, we're going to check if any name exists or not. So we'll give a if condition if the $image name exists in the input field or not. So we'll give to second bracket, and this 4 line of code will be inside the if condition. So if the image exists, then okay, store the image in the product image folder, and also store the image name in the database. So right now I'm just going to copy this code from here, update SQL $data and if condition from here, copy this, and after this move updated file, and inside this if condition I will paste it over here. So here after the quantity I'm going to mention the image name here. So I'll say here image, and this name will come from the database. From here you can see image. Then we'll give a equal sign here, then to single quotation, and the name will be this one, $new file name. So I'll just copy this and paste it here. So we'll only come to this if condition if there is any image. Otherwise, what we'll do is that we'll write over here else, then to second bracket, and let me just copy this. I will cut this from here and we'll paste it inside this else condition and save it. So let me just explain this again. So if someone choose a image from here, only then it will go to this if condition and store the image in the table. Otherwise, it will come to this else condition and update all the data except the image. So if we set this, then refresh here. Let's say the price is for this $33 and we will not change the image. If we now click on update button, there it gets the price changed and the image is still here. So right now let's go and change this image for this one. So let's click on update, and here, okay, I made a mistake here. You can see shirt, red t-shirt, it also changed for the camera as well. So the thing is, here we need to mention for which data we want to update. So here we are going to say inside this SQL where ID equal to single quotation, and it will be this $ID. I mean this P underscore ID. Then we get at the beginning. So I'll just copy this and paste it over here. So I'll just copy this per condition again from here, and I need to paste this over here as well, like this. So this will solve our issue. Let me just refresh here, and let's say there you can see this is for, there you can see this is the camera base. Let's say here camera, black camera, the price will be $330, quantity is 5, and let's choose a different image. Okay, let's just choose this image, click on open, then click on update. There you can see the data updated. If you only want to update the image, you can do it as well. Let's choose this image, click on open, click on update. There you can see the image updated. So this is how you can update data from the admin panel in PHP. I hope this was easy for you. If you have any question or suggestion, just let me know in the comment section. Make sure to subscribe, and I hope to see you in the future tutorials. Hello everyone, this is Yamin and welcome to PHP e-commerce project tutorial for beginner. In this tutorial, we are going to let the user see all the products data from the product table to the user homepage. So here you can see all those products in the admin panel. So we are going to basically show those products in the homepage. So for it, let me just log out from here. And currently we are in the login.php. Let me just remove those, and I'm going to say here index.php, then press enter. And there you can see this is our homepage. So here you can see some of the product images. So what we will do is that we'll just keep only on image, and we'll remove all the static image and everything inside it. So for it, let's go back to our code and we'll go to our index.php. Then if we just go down, here you can see the product section, and there you go. Here you can see my card, and here you can see the div for the card. So we'll just keep only the first div, and we'll remove all the other div class card. So let me just go down, and this was the last one. So I'll just remove this. So it will look like this. So this div indent here, and this div indent here, and we have the image, title, a little bit of description, price, and the buy now button. If we now set this, then refresh here, there you can see this only on product. So right now, first of all, what we'll do is that we'll get all the product data in this index.php. So for it, let's just go at the top, and here we're going to give the PHP opening, then the PHP closing tag. And inside this, first of all, we need to make a connection with the database. For it, let me just declare a variable, let's say $con equal to, we'll say here MySQL I underscore connect. And inside this, we need to say localhost, then give a comma, we'll say here root, again comma, to double quotation, keep it empty, and then we need to give our database name, and our database name is, let me just show you, our database name is php underscore ecom. So we'll say here php underscore ecom. So once you write this, it means you are connected with the database. Right now we're going to write a SQL query to get the data from the product table. For it, we need to declare a variable. Let's say $SQL equal to, we'll give two double quotation, then we'll say here select star from, we need to measure table name which is products. So once you write this, it means we want to get all the data from the product table. After that, let's declare another variable. Let's say $result equal to, we'll say here my SQLi underscore query to first bracket. Right now we need to get the database connection here, which is $con. Then we need to give a comma and we need to mention this $SQL here. So we'll say here $SQL. Then in this with the semicolon. So right now we have all the data from the product table in this $result variable. And using this $result in a while loop, we'll be able to get all the data from the product table. So right now, let me just go down. And here you can see my card. And inside this, we have the card div. So before this div, we are going to mention a PHP opening, then a PHP closing. So inside this, we are going to mention a while loop. Let's say here while to first bracket, then we need to declare a variable. We say here $row equal to, we need to say here my SQLi underscore fetch underscore assoc. Then we will give to first bracket, and inside this to first bracket, we need to mention this $result. Let me just copy this and I will paste it over here. Then we need to give to second bracket like this. So right now using this $row variable, we'll be able to get all the data from the product table. Right now, what we need to do is that we need to keep this date inside this second bracket. But the thing is, we cannot write HTML code inside PHP tag. So for it, what I am going to do is that I'm going to in this PHP opening over here. Then I will start one more PHP opening for the second bracket over here. There you go. So right now we'll be able to cut this div from here and paste it inside those over here. So I'll just paste the div here. So right now if we just save this, and there you can see this div is inside the while loop. And if we just go to our products table, there you can see we have 3, 4, 5, 6 data. So if we just refresh here, we'll be able to see the same card 6 times. If we now refresh, there you can see there is same card 6 times because it is inside the while loop and we have 6 data in the product table. So right now, obviously, we want to show the data from the table. So for it, first of all, here you can see this is the title. So for this, so inside this H4, we're going to mention the PHP opening, then the PHP closing. Then we say here echo. Then we are going to mention this variable $row here. We'll say $row to third bracket to single quotation. So inside this, we want to get the product title. So we write the title like this in the product table. There you can see title. There you can see description. We write it like this. We have price, quantity, and image. So let's go back. So here I'm going to say title, and inside this p tag, we'll write the description. So I can just directly copy this from here and paste it over here. So instead of title, we're going to say here description. Then we have the price. So let's just say here price, and we have the buy now button. If we now save it, then if we now refresh here, there you can see every title is different. Here you can see camera, makeup, camera, laptop. We have description here. The price here is different. So we need to show the image from the database table as well. So how can we do it? This is really simple. Let's go back, and here you can see image source. So we are storing the image in the product image folder, and currently we are in the index.php. So we can just directly say here product underscore image. Then here we need to mention this PHP opening and PHP closing. And inside this, let's just write it like this. So inside this, here you can see title. So instead of title, we need to mention the column name here you can see is image. So we are going to say here image. If we now save it, then if we now refresh, there you can see every card has different image and everything is coming from the database. So this is how you can display data from the database table in the home page. I hope this was easy for you. If you have any question, just let me know in the comment section. Make sure to subscribe and I hope to see you in the future tutorials. Hello everyone, welcome to PHP e-commerce project tutorial for beginner. In this tutorial, what we will do is that when the user log in, then it will send the user back to the same page. So let me just log in over here. So I'll say here test@gmail.com, and if I give the password, then click on login, it will send us to this page. Here you can see this is user page and we have the logout option. So what it will do is that when the user log in, it will send the user back to the home page. What I mean is this page, and instead of register and login, we'll have the logout option here when a user is logged in. So for it, let's go back to our code and we'll go to our home folder, and inside home folder there you can see we have login.php, and here if we go down here we are checking if user type equal to user, then we are storing the email address in this session and we are also storing the user type, and after that we are sending the user to this page which is location user page.php, which is this one. So here you can see we have here a text, this is user page and the logout option. So instead of this, what we're going to do is after login we'll send the user back to the index.php. So currently we are inside the home folder and index.php is outside the home folder. So we need to give to dot then a slash, then we are going to say here index.php. So if we now save this, then if you now refresh here, then let's click login and let's give the email address which is test@gmail.com, and let's give the password, then click on login. There you can see it took us to the same page. So currently we are logged in, but our navbar still show us the register and login option. So instead of this register and login, we need to have logout option here. So for it, let's go back to our code and we'll go to our index.php. And here you can see in the index.php, we have some PHP opening and PHP closing. So inside this PHP opening and closing, we'll say here session underscore start. And you can see that from the login.php, we are getting the session user email, and those session user email will be sent to this location. So that's why we said here session underscore start. After that, we'll go down and here you can see we have the login and the register option. So what we will do is that we are going to check if this session user underscore email is exist or not, and that session email will only exist when a user is logged in. So we say here if, okay, since we are going to write some PHP code, so we need to give the PHP opening, then the PHP closing here. So here I'm going to write a if condition. We say here if to first bracket, then I can just copy this from here $_session user email, and I'll paste this inside this if, then we'll give to second bracket. And right now inside this we're going to write some HTML code. So for it we need to close the PHP opening here after this second bracket. So we'll close the PHP opening here, and for this second bracket we need to start one more PHP opening. So we'll say here PHP opening. So right now inside this, what we are going to do is that we are just going to copy this anchor tag href logout. So I'll just copy this and I will paste it over here inside this if condition. And here you can see the logout.php is inside the same folder ecom project just as index.php and logout. So I can just remove the dot from here. So right now Since currently we are logged in, it means the user email exists. So it will show us the logout option. If we now save, then refresh here, there you can see it is showing us the logout option. And if we click on logout, it will let the user log out. But the thing is, when we are logged in, we shouldn't see the register and the login option. And obviously we'll change the logout design. Just wait a little bit. Let me just fix the condition for register and login. So here, what we'll do is the if started over here and it ended here, right? So we are going to give a else condition here. So we say here else, then to second bracket. So here you can see the if condition started here and it ended here. Then we started the else condition. So inside this else condition, we're going to keep this register and the login. So again, what we are going to do is that we're going to close this PHP opening here after this second bracket. Just don't get confused and just put the PHP opening and PHP closing properly. Okay. So for this second bracket, we're going to again say PHP. There you go. So here inside this else condition, this to second bracket, we're going to cut this register and login button and we'll paste it here. There you go. So if session exists, we'll show the logout option, and if the session do not exist, then we'll show the register and login option. Let's just save this and let me refresh, and there you can see it no longer showing us the register and login option. And let me just make a simple design for the logout button. So here, let me just mention a class. Let's say class name will be logout underscore button btn, and let me just go to my style.css. I can just directly go down, and here I'm going to say dot logout underscore button. To second bracket, we are going to say background color will be sky blue, the text color will be white, and the padding will be, let's say, 10px, and border radius, it will be, let's say, 14px. So let's save this and let's go to our browser. Let me just refresh, and there you can see the logout button design here. And right now, if I just click on logout, it will take us to the login page. Okay, let me just do one thing, that is when we log out, it will send the user back to the home page. So here we're going to say instead of home/login.php, we're going to say index.php. Let's save this and let me just log in from here to the test@gmail.com. Let's keep the password, click login. It will take us to the home page with the logout option, and if I click on logout, it will send us back to the index.php, and obviously there is an error, undefined array key. So right now here you can see when we logged out, it shows us an error, and the login and registration button is still here. Here you can see register and login button. So we do not want to see this error. So what we can do is that we'll just go back to our code, and at the top of our index.php, we're going to say here error reporting, this will be 0, and in this with the semicolon. So make sure to write this. So right now if we save it, then refresh here, there you can see there is no error. We have the register and login option. If we click on login, and let's log in as a user, let's keep the password here, click on login, it will take us to the same page, and we have the logout option. There you can see everything is looking properly, and if you click on logout, it will take us to the home page and with the register and login option. So this is how you can redirect the user to the same page after login. I hope this was easy for you to follow. If you have any question, just let me know in the comment section. Make sure to subscribe, and I hope to see you in the future tutorials. Welcome to PHP e-commerce project tutorial for beginner. In this tutorial, we are going to let the user buy the product from their home page. So when the user is logged in and they click on the buy now button, we'll let the user order the product from here. And if a user is not logged in and then they click on this buy now button, will send that user to the login page. So let's do this part first. When the user is not logged in, we'll send the user to the login page when they click on the buy now button. For it, let's go back to our code and we'll go to our index.php. And if we now just go down, here you can see we have a if condition, if session user email exists, only then we are showing the logout option. So if the user email exists, it means a user just logged in, and if the session user email do not exist, then we are showing the register and login option. So we are going to apply the same condition for the buy now button. And where is this session user email is coming from? If we just go to our home, then login.php, and here you can see for the user type user, we are sending this session user email to this location, which is index.php, which is this one. Okay. So right now we're going to apply the same if condition for the buy now button. So for it, let's just go down, and here you can see we have the buy now button. So right now we're going to say here if we'll say $. Okay, let me just copy this from here. Here you can see $_session user email. We'll just copy this and I'm going to paste it inside this if condition. And since this is a PHP code, so we need to give them PHP opening and closing here. So I'm going to say here PHP opening, and this will, let's say, close for now over here. So right now we're going to give 2 second bracket for this if, and here let me just cut this anchor tag from here and I'll paste it over here. And this is HTML code, so we cannot write HTML code inside PHP. So I'm going to close the PHP opening here. So here this PHP will close over here, and for this second bracket I am going to give the PHP opening and this will be the PHP closing. So if the user is logged in, then we're going to show this. Otherwise, we're going to write a else condition. So after this second bracket is for the if condition. So after this second bracket, we're going to say here else. Then we'll give to second bracket. And inside this right now, we're going to have one more anchor tag or one more HTML code. And we cannot write again HTML code inside PHP. So right now I'm going to close this PHP opening over here. So I'll say this here, and for this second bracket we need to give another PHP opening. So let's say here this. So there you can see. So right now here, if the user is logged in, we'll show this buy now button, and if the user is not logged in, then we'll show this buy now button. So inside this anchor tag href, we're going to mention the login page. So here you can see our login page is inside the whole folder, and currently we are in the index.php. So here we're going to say / our login page name is login.php. So we say here login.php. So let's save this and let me just refresh here. There you can see currently we are not logged in, and if we now click on buy now button, it will send us to the login form. So right now let me just log in from here. Let's say here test@gmail.com. Let's give a password here. Click on login, and there you can see currently we are logged in. So right now if we now click on buy now button, nothing will happen because for this buy now we didn't write anything for the logged in user. So right now what we are going to do is that when someone click on this buy now button, we're going to add the product details and the user details to a table called order. So for it, first of all, let me just go to my admin and let's go and create a table called orders here. So just click on your database, then here you can see create new table. So our table will have 9 columns. Since you have to let the user buy the product from here, so we are going to get the product image, product title, and the product price. And after that, we'll also get the username, email, phone, and address. So there will be total 9 column. So let me just say here, table name will be orders and the number of column will be 9. And we click here on create button. And there you can see, so here the first one will be ID. ID will be integer. Let's say length will be 15. And we're going to make the ID primary key. So let me just go down and let's go over here. And here you can see AI. AI means auto incremented. If we just change this, the ID will become primary key. Here you can see. So right now, let's go on the left side. There you can see ID is primary. So after ID, we get the product title. Then the title will be, let's say, worker. Okay, let's just give the column name first. After title, let's say here we'll have the product price. This one will be product image. Then we get the username, the name of the user. Let's say username. This one will be email. Then we say here phone. This will be address. And let's say this will be status. Now, what is status? So status will be whether a product is delivered or is on the way. Okay. So here, let's say everything will be worker. Let's say worker, email will be worker, username worker, email it will be worker, phone, address, and status. Okay. And the value for those will be, let's say, by default 50. Okay, for image, let's say here 255 and everything else will be 50 for address and for status as well. Okay, here we will say 50. So those will be our column: ID, title, price, image, username, email, phone, address, and status for the order table. So right now we just go down and here you can see we have the save button. So I click on save and there you can see a table is created. So here you can see you have a table called order and we have those column ID, title, price, and everything else. So right now how do you want this step? Wait, someone click on this buy now button. The logged in user data and the product data will be inserted to this order table. So how can we do it? So for it, here inside this anchor tag, first of all, let me just mention a PHP file name. So let's say my_order.php. So we're going to create this PHP file, and in this PHP file, we're going to send the product ID and user email address. Here you can see we already have the user email over here, and here you can see using $row, we are getting the title, description, and price of the product. So we'll also get the product ID as well. So here let me just give a question mark. Then we say here ID equal to, we'll give the PHP opening, then the PHP closing. So first of all, we're going to send the product ID from here. For it, we're going to use this $row title. So let me just directly copy this echo $row title from here and I'll paste it over here. So we want to get the product ID. So we need to say here ID. And here you can see this ID will come from the products table. If we go to our products table, there you can see we have the ID column. So this ID will come from the products table. So we will be able to easily get the ID. So after the product ID, we will also need to get the user details as well. And we are going to get the user details by using email address, because email address is also unique. No two person has same email address. So here after this PHP closing, I'm going to say here, and let's say here email equal to, again we are going to give the PHP opening, then the PHP closing. And inside this, let me just copy this. And I'm just going to say here echo, you must write here echo, and then $_station user_email. So inside this email, we'll be able to get the logged in user email, and inside this ID, we'll be able to get the specific product ID that the user just clicked. Okay, so right now let's go and create this my order.php. So I will just click on this ecom underscore project, then click on new file, and our file name will be my underscore order.php. Control S, then save. So here let me just write simple HTML, and in the body let's say order page. We now save it, then refresh here and click on buy now. There you can see it took us to the order page, my order.php, and here you can see ID equal to 6 in the URL, and email is test@gmail.com. If we now click on, let's say this odds, there you can see we are able to get the ID for the odds and the email address itself. So right now let's say you want to print the ID and email address here, but you can do it as well. Let me just show you. So here at the top of our order.php, I'm going to write the PHP opening, then the PHP closing. So inside this, if you just say here echo, then if we just mention this ID by writing this $_get, and the variable is this ID, right? So if we just say here ID, and the same way we can also print the email address as well. Let's say it will be $_get, and here we are sending this email equal to this one. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this email and paste this here. If we now save it, then refresh, there you can see 8 and the test@gmail.com. If we click on this on makeup, there you can see ID is 2 and email is test@gmail.com. So right now, first of all, what we do is that by using the ID and email address, we're going to get the data from the product table and also from the user table as well. So for now, let me just remove those and let me just connect our my order.php to the database. So for it, let's say here $con equal to my SQLi underscore connect. Then we'll say here localhost. After that, for root, then password null, and we need to measure our database name, which is php underscore ecom. So also write this, the database name and everything, it means you are connected to the database. So let's get the product ID and email address inside a variable. Let's declare a variable. Let's say $d underscore ID equal to $_get, and we say here ID. So let me just copy this and I'll paste this here. So right now we're going to get the email address, user email. Let's say u underscore email, and we say here $_get email, and this ID and this email is this ID and this email. Okay, so after this, let's go and get the product details first. So for it, let's declare a variable. Let's say $SQL. Let's say product underscore SQL, p underscore SQL equal to, we'll say select star from. We are going to measure table name, which is products. We'll say here products. Then we need to say where we want to get the data by using the ID. So we say here where ID equal to single quotation, and it will be this p underscore ID. So I'll just copy this and paste it here. So let me just show you. Here you can see select star from product. Star means all data from the products table, and here you can see this our products table. You need to write it exactly you have right over here. Okay, where you can see ID equal to p underscore ID, and this ID is in the product table, this ID. So we are going to get the data of a specific product by using the ID. After that, we are going to say here dollar, let's say p underscore result equal to, we say my SQLI underscore query, then to first bracket, and first of all we are going to mention the database connection here, then give a comma. After that we are going to mention this p underscore SQL. So right now we are going to declare one more variable, let's say dollar p underscore row equal to my SQLI underscore page underscore assoc, then to first bracket, and inside this first bracket we are going to keep this dollar p underscore result. So by using this dollar p underscore row, we'll be able to get the specific data from the product table. Let me just show you. Let's say here echo, let's say we want to get the product title. So right now we are going to say echo dollar p underscore row, dollar p underscore row, then to third bracket to cell quotation, we want to get the product title. So I'll say here title. So here you can see title. This title will come from here, from the product table. Here you can see title. So right now just set this and then refresh here, and let's click on watch. Okay, made a spelling mistake. Fetch as of, it is saving, and refresh here. There you can see it says watch. Let's go back and let's click on this mobile. There you can see title is mobile. If we now click on buy now, there you can see title is mobile. So we are able to get the data from the products table. So let's just do one thing, that is let's get the title, description and the image data from the products table. From the product table, why title, price and image. The reason is in the order table we mention the product title, product price and product image. That's why we'll get those three data from the products table. So let me just cut this from here. Let's declare a variable. Let's say product underscore title, I mean p underscore title. Let's give a dollar here. It will be dollar p underscore row title. So let's also get the product price. It will just copy this directly and paste it 2 times. So this one will be price. Let's say p underscore price, and this will be price. And this will be the product image. Let's say here image. So this is just a variable, and here you can see title, price and image. Those will come from the database. Okay. So we are able to get the product details from the product table. So right now let's get the user details from the user table by using the email address. So right now we are going to basically write the same code again, just a little bit of different. So let's say here $u underscore SQL equal to, we say select star form. We are going to measure user's table name, which is users. Then we say here where, and for user we want to get the data by matching the email address. Here you can see u underscore email. So let me just go to my user table first, and let me just show you. If you go to users table, there you can see we write email over here like this, email. So we want to get the user data by using the email. So here we are going to say where email equal to, we give to single quotation, and we say over here u underscore email. So I'll just copy this and paste it here. After that, so let me give a semicolon here. We'll say $u underscore result equal to my SQLI and underscore query. Then we'll say here $con, which is our database connection name, and we'll say $u underscore SQL. After that, we'll say here $u underscore row equal to, so we'll say here my SQLI underscore page underscore assoc. then to first bracket, indentated semicolon, and inside this fetch assoc, we're going to keep this u underscore email. Then the same way we're going to get the data from the user table as well, the same way by using u underscore row. But let me just print something from the user table first. Let's say here echo $u underscore row. Let's say we want to get the user address. Let's say here address. So here you can see address over here. Or let's say we have to get the user phone number. So let's say here phone. If we save this, then if we now refresh here, there you can see phone number is showing here. If we click on for black t-shirt, there you can see the phone number is showing. So let me just remove things and let me just declare a variable. Let's say $u underscore name equal to, it will be $u underscore row to third bracket, it will be name from the insert table. Let me just show you so that you don't get confused. Here you can see this name will come from the users table. Here you can see name, and this is just a variable. So after name, let's also get the user mail, phone and address. So here we are going to say email. So we'll say here email, then this will be phone. Let's say here phone, and this will be user address. So let's say here address. So the left side is just a variable, and here on the right side you can see name, email, phone and address. Those will come from the database table, and the table name is user. So right now we're going to store those data in the order table. You can see title, price, image, then the name, email, phone and address inside the order table. So let me just go to the orders table. There you can see in the order table we have those data. So by default we give the status data is in progress. Okay, so let's go back to our code, and right now we are going to write the insert query to insert those data in the order table. Okay, so let's say here order underscore SQL equal to, we say here insert into, we need to mention table name, which is orders. Then we'll give to first bracket, and we're going to mention the table column name. First one will be, let's say title, then we're going to mention price, then we say here image, then we say username, comma email, comma phone, comma address. After that we have the status. So those things, title, price, name, username, email, phone and address will come from the orders table. Okay, so after that we are going to say here hellos, we'll keep to first bracket. Then inside this two first bracket we're going to get the title, price and every data in a sequence. So here you can see title, and for the product title we write it like this, p underscore title, then we have p underscore price and p underscore image. Here you can see title, price and image. So I'm going to give to single quotation, then I'll say p underscore title, again to single quotation, and this will be p underscore price, then a comma to single quotation, we say here p underscore image. And these three, title, p underscore title, price and image will come from here. Here you can see p underscore image, price and title. So after that we have the username, email address, phone, which will come from here. Here you can see u underscore name, email, phone and address. So I'm just going to copy this and I will paste it here. We'll give to single quotation, and we'll say here u underscore name, which is basically the username. Then we have the email, let's give a comma, we'll say here u underscore email, Then we have the phone number. So we say here u underscore phone. Then we have the address. So we say here u underscore address. And the status will have a default value. Let's the default value will be in progress. So this will be the default value for the status. Or what we can do is that if you just declare a variable, let's say $status equal to, we say here in progress. I think this will look better. So let me just copy this and we are going to paste this here. $status. So we are writing the SQL query to insert some data to some column. After that, we are going to say $order underscore result equal to my SQLi underscore query to first bracket. So again, we are going to mention the database connection name, which is $con, comma, we are going to mention this order underscore SQL. So we say here order underscore SQL. So once you write this, it means all those data will be inserted to the order table. After that, we are going to, let's just give a if condition. If $order underscore result is successful, we are going to say here echo order placed successfully. Let's save it and let me just refresh. Let's go back, then refresh here. So right now, okay, let me just explain before I do anything. So right now, what will happen is that when someone click on this buy now button, it will get the ID for the product and the email address from the login user. Then we'll go to our myorder.php, which is this page, and here first of all we are storing the product ID in this variable and the email address in this variable, and using this ID we are getting the product data. Then after that we are getting that specific product title, price and image. Then by using the email address, we are getting the logged in user data and storing that logged in user name, email, phone, address in a variable. After that, we are just inserting those data to the order table. And if it is successful, we are showing order placed successfully. Let's save it, refresh, and let's say we want to buy this laptop. If I now click on buy now, okay, there is an error on line 47. Let me just check. MySQLite query. Okay, let's save this. Let me refresh, and there you can see order placed successfully. If we now just refresh our database, if I just click on this browse for the order table, there you can see we are able to see the title, the price, the image, username, email address, phone address, and status is in progress, because we write over here status in progress. Let me just try to add one more product. Let's say this time we want to get buy this watch. So right now the price is $599. If I now click on buy now, there you can see order placed successfully message. And if we just refresh our database again, there you can see we are able to see the price, the title and everything. So this is how you can place order in PHP. So in the next tutorial, we are going to show those order from the order table in the order base. So we are going to create a order page here, and if the user click on this order page, it will take the user to that page, but the user will be able to see their order. And basically we are going to write the code in this myorder.php inside the HTML code. Okay, so right now in the order page, when we buy something from here, it is empty basically. It is only just showing us some message. So we are going to make some design over here in this page. I hope you learned something new from this tutorial. If you have any question or any suggestion, just let me know in the comment section. Make sure to subscribe, and I hope to see you in the future tutorials. Hello everyone, welcome to PHP e-commerce project tutorial for beginner. In this tutorial, we are going to show the logged in user the product that they buy from here. So right now, first of all, let me just log in, and I'll set here the username, then the password, then click login, and there you can see currently we are logged in. And if we just click on the buy now button, it will take us to this page. So first of all, what we are going to do is that we are going to show the nav bar that we are seeing over here in the order page. So right now, for it, let's go back to our code and we'll go to our index.php. And right now what we'll do is that we'll just copy the nav bar code from here. So let me just copy this nav. So in the index.php, here you can see you have the nav tag. The nav tag started over here and it ended over here. There you can see. So I'm going to copy this. Then I'll go to my order.php. Let's go down. And here you can see we have the HTML code inside my order.php at the end. So here, let me just remove this and we're going to paste the nav bar code. So right now, if we save it, then if we just click here buy now, it will show us something like this, and obviously there will be some error. But let me just first test the design here. So in order to test the design, what we need to do is that here in the index.php, we have mentioned the link style.css, or we have linked our style.css with the index.php. So let me just copy this and I'm going to paste it inside the get section of my order.php. So I'll just paste it here, save it. Then if we just refresh here, there you can see the designs over here. And obviously we do not want to see this message order placed successfully, and also we don't want to see this error. So here is the error is $_session is missing, undefined global variable $_session. The thing is in the index.php, here you can see we are checking if session user_email exists over here or not. And if the user_email exists, it means the user is logged in. So that's why we are showing the logout option. So the same code is over here. Here it is the logout option, and there it is. There is no logout option. We are getting an error for this because in this page we didn't send this $_session user email. But if you go to our index.php and if we just go down, here you can see in the buy now button, in the email variable, we are storing the session user_email value. So what we are going to do is that in my order.php, first of all, at the top of our PHP opening, we are going to mention here session_start. After that, we are going to mention this $_session user email over here. Let me just copy this and we are going to paste this over here. Then we'll say equal, then we'll say $_get, and inside this we're going to say here email. So you already know, or you already saw in the previous tutorial, we can get the email like this. There you can see, and those email is basically the same that we have in the index.php. So here we'll say $_session user_email equal to this get email. So right now we have a value for this, so we will not get any error for this $_session event. So it should properly show us the logout option. If we now save it, then refresh, then as it is showing us the logout option. And so here you can see order placed successfully, and we do not all to see this. So for it, let's go back to our code, and if you go down, here you can see if order_result echo order placed successfully. So it is showing us this message. So if I just remove this and save it and refresh here, there you can see there is no message over here at the top, but there is still one more issue. And the issue is there you can see the camera, which is blocked by default many times. So there you can see the ID is 18. And if we just refresh here, it will automatically buy one more camera over here. If I just refresh, there you can see there is one more data over here. There you can see the ID is 19. And if I just refresh here again, then refresh in the database, then you can see there is onboard camera here, which ID is 20. So this is an issue. So how can I fix it? So in order to fix it, what we're going to do is that inside this if condition, after buying a product, we'll just send the user to different page so that we are not able to refresh this page. So here we're going to say header, then with our operation we say location. Yes, location will be user underscore order dot php. And for this location, we're going to send the session email. So let me just copy this. Let's go down, and here we're going to send the session value over here. Okay. So right now you just can create this user underscore order.php. So I'll just right click over here on my project, then click new file, and we'll say here user underscore order.php, Ctrl S, then save. So first of all, what we're going to do is that there you can see in my order.php we have the HTML code. So I'm just going to cut the entire HTML code from here. There you can see I have cut the entire HTML code, and we're going to paste it in the user underscore order.php. There you go. After that, here you can see we have the session. So we need to get the session in the PHP code. So let me just give the PHP opening, then the PHP closing. So here inside this PHP opening and closing, we need to say here session underscore start, then to first bracket like this, and we are already just sending the user, we are already sending the user email session to this location. So there is no need to mention this here. It will automatically get the session user email. So if we now save it, let me just go back, refresh here, and if we click on buy now, then you can see currently we are in the user order.php, and here you will see the ID 20 of. If we refresh here one more time, and if we just refresh here again, there won't be any more same product. Let me show you again. Refresh here again. There you can see laptop did not repeat it again. So right now what we're going to do is that we're going to create a simple table, and we're going to show the order that is made by a specific user. So for this specific logged in user, we're going to show the product that he or she just bought. So let's go back, and we'll go to our user order.php, and here after the nav, we're going to mention the table tag, and inside this table we're going to have the table row, then table header. So we'll show the let's say only product title, product image, and product price. So let's say here product title, let's mention another th, this will be price, then we show the product image. Let's say here th, it will be image. After that, we're going to mention another tr, and inside this tr we're going to have the table data. Let's say tb. Let me just copy this, and I'm going to paste it 2 times. Let's just have random data over here. Let's say ABCD, select, and if we now refresh, it will look like this. So we're going to make a simple design for this table. So let's go back, and we'll go to the style of CSS here. So let me just directly go down. Then we're going to write some CSS for the table tag. Let's say a table, then to second bracket. So for this table, let's say border, it will be 2px solid sky blue. After that, let's say here margin top, it will be 50px. Then let's say here margin left, it will be 10%. Then let's say here width, it will be 60% for the table. If we now save this, then refresh here, There you can see it will look like this. So let's go back to our code, and right now we're going to write some CSS for the table header, then table data. So I'm going to say here th, then to second bracket, we're going to say here background color will be, let's say, black, the text color will be white, and the font size for the text will be, let's say, 25 pixel. Let's also say here text align, it will be center. Let's also write some CSS for the TD tag as well. So we say here text align, it will be center. Then let's say margin, it will be 10 px, and padding, it will be 10 px. Let's save it. Let me just refresh here, and there you can see it will look like this. So I am okay with the design. So right now we need to show the data from the database table to over here. We want to show the product title, the price, and the image that the certain user bought. So for it, let's go back to our code, and we'll point the top. Then here we're going to declare a variable, let's say $email, or let's say my_email equal to, here you can see from here we are sending this session user_email. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it here, and using this email variable we're going to get data from the order table. So right now we're going to give a variable, let's say $SQL, and inside this we're going to write SQL query. Let's say here select star from orders. We're going to say here where email equal to, we give to single quotation, indeed with a semicolon. So let me just go back to my order table. So here we are in the order table, and here you can see we have the email. So by using the email, we get the specific logged in user product that we just bought. So for it, let's go back to our code again, and here email equal to, it will be my_email. So just copy it and paste it here. After that, we're going to say here $result equal to, okay, we need to make the database connection for this page as well. So let's say here $con equal to mysqli_connect. We say here localhost, then comma, we say here root, comma, a empty string, and we need to mention our database name, which is php_econ. So inside this result, we're going to say mysqli_query, to first bracket, it will be $con, comma, $SQL, which is this one. So right now we have the specific data for a specific logged in user. So after that, we'll just go down, and over here, we're going to write the while loop to show the data from the database table. So here, let me just give the PHP opening, then the PHP closing here. Beside this, we're going to set while to first bracket, we declare variable $row equal to mysqli_fetch_assoc. Then to first bracket, inside this first bracket, we're going to mention the $result. Then we need to give to second bracket over here. So first of all, inside this, we're going to write our HTML code. So we're going to close this PHP opening over here, and we're going to start this PHP opening here. So let's set here PHP. Okay. So inside this, I'm just going to cut this tr tag from here, and I will paste it over here. So here we're going to get the data from the table by using $row. So we are going to say here the PHP opening, then the PHP closing, then we set echo, then $row to third bracket. Then we want to get the product title. So I'm just going to say here title, and this title will come from the database table, which is this one from the order table. Here you can see title. We have to get the title, price, and the image. So after the title, I can just say here it will be price. Let's say price. If we now save it, then refresh, there you can see we're able to see a lot of product, and right now we'll get the image. So let's go back, and in order to show the image, we need to use the image tag. So let's say here img, and the source will be we store our image in the product image folder. So we are going to say here product underscore image, then we'll give a slash, then I can just copy this and paste it here, and this will be the image name from the table. Let's just mention the width for the image. Let's say it will be 100, and the height it will be 100 as well, and there is an arrow here, so we need to remove this. There you can see it is open right now. If we save this, Ctrl S, then refresh here, there you can see you are able to see the product image over here properly. So let me just delete a few data from here. Let's delete the camera from here and click on delete. Yes, there. So we're able to get the product data over here. So right now what we on is that we're going to have an option over here called orders, so that when we click on that order button, it will show us all the product. So right now we just need to buy every single time in order to see our orders. So right now for it, let's go to our code, and what we will do is that we'll go to our index.php, and here you can see we have the logout option. So before this logout option, we're going to have one more anchor tag, and here we're going to say orders. Let's say here orders, and inside this we're going to mention this user underscore order.php, this page. Okay, so we're going to mention this user underscore order.php, and we need to send the session email address on here. So we'll give a question mark here, then we'll say here, let's say email, then the PHP opening and the PHP closing, and we need to give a default sign here. So inside this we'll say echo, then let me just copy this and we'll paste it over here. So inside this email variable we have the session email address. So we also have this option, this number order option also in the user underscore order.php. So let me just go down in, and here you can see you have the logout option. So before this, we are just going to mention that anchor tag. So right now let's go to our user underscore order.php, which is basically this same page. So here at the top, here you can see I declare variable my email equal to $_session user email, and we are also sending a variable called email. So let me just declare one more variable. Let's say $user, let's just say user underscore email equal to, we'll say $underscore get, and it will be this email. So we'll say here email. After that, here you can see my underscore email. I'll just copy this, and here I'll say if, then to first bracket, and we're going to mention this my underscore email here, then to second bracket. Then let me just cut this and paste it over here. So right now we are going to write a else if condition. So let me just directly copy this, and I'm going to paste it here. Let's say here else if, and for this one I'm going to copy this user underscore email and paste it here, and instead of my underscore email we're going to say user underscore email. So the thing is, so here you can see the orders option, and when you click on buy now, it also takes us to the order page. So for these orders we are writing this else if condition. So whenever we are clicking on this orders button, it will get the session user email and store it in this email variable. So some user may go to the order based from here, also from here. So that's why we need to give a if condition when the user buying the product, and here when the user clicking on the orders option. So that's why else it. And if you want, you can give one more condition, that is else. If nothing is working, we'll say get header, and header it will be location, and we can say here home/login.php. Okay, we need to close this here like this. So if we now just save this, then let me just refresh here. If we click on orders, it will show us all the product that are here. Let's go back. And if we click on buy now, it will also show us all the product with the new item. Okay, there is a undefined variable. So what we are going to do is that for this user underscore order, we're going to say here, error reporting, it will be 0. Just save it. And let me refresh. There you go. There is the error. Let me just log out. Okay, let me just copy this link and let me just log out from here. So there you can see currently we are not logged out, and if we try to go to that page, it will send us to the login form because of this else condition over here. You can see header home/login. So yeah, this is how you can show the order product that the user just bought. So I hope this was easy for you. I tried my best to explain as much as I can. If you are just confused, just watch this video again. I hope it will be clear. So thank you very much for watching. Make sure to subscribe, and I hope to see you in the future tutorials. Welcome to PHP e-commerce project tutorial for beginners. In the previous tutorial, we let the user see their own order product. So in this tutorial, we're going to let the admin see all the orders from the database. So let me just log out from here. Then let me just log in to the admin panel. I'll give the admin Gmail, then the password here, click on login. And there you can see currently we are in the admin panel. So first of all, here we're going to have an option called orders here. And when we click on that option, it will show us all the order made by the user. So for it, let's go to our code. And we'll go to our admin folder. And inside admin folder, let's just create a file here. So the file name will be all_orders.php, Ctrl S, then save. So for now, let me just say here HTML, and in the body, let's say h on all orders. Let's set this. So what you need to do is that we need to go to the admin page.php first. And if we just go down, here you can see we have display_product.php. So here we're going to add one more li tag. Let me just say here li, and in this li we're going to say orders, and in this href we need to mention this all orders.php. So we're going to say here all_orders.php. If we now set this, and here you can see currently we are in the admin page.php. If you now set this, then refresh here, there you can see we are in the admin page.php, and there you can see we have the orders option. If you click on orders, it will take us to this page. But if you go to view product, there is no orders option. And if you go to add products, there is no orders option. So what we need to do is that we need to go to our code, and let me just copy this li, and we'll go to our add product.php. And we're going to add the li over here as well. Then we'll go to display product.php. Let's go down, and we have this view product option. Here we're going to say all orders, I mean the orders. Let's go to update product as well. And here you can see all products. So here we're going to set orders. Let's set this, and if we refresh, there you can see in every page we'll see the orders option. So let me just go to the dashboard here. Let's say here admin page.php. So let's do one thing, that is when you click on dashboard, it will take us to the admin page.php. So for it, what you need to do is really simple. Let's go to admin page.php. So here you can see dashboard. So here we are going to say admin page.php. So let me just copy this and I'm going to paste it in all the dashboard in all files. Here you can see add products. We'll go to add product and paste it here. We'll go to display product, then paste it here as well. Then we'll go to update product and paste it here as well. If we now set this, refresh, if we now click on dashboard, it will take us to this page. There you can see. So first of all, what you need to do is that when you click on orders, we have to see the admin page design here. So for it, what we will do is we'll go to our admin page.php here, and I'm going to copy everything from here. So Ctrl L, Ctrl C. Then we'll go to our all products.php and I'm going to paste it whatever we just copied from the admin page.php from there. So I'll just press Ctrl V and there you can see. So let me just remove this text from here and let's say here H1 all orders. Let's save it. Then let me refresh here. There you can see we have the design here. So let's go and create a table here. And in that table, we are going to show the data from the orders table. So let's go back. And here, we are going to mention that table tag. And in the table tag, we are going to have the table row. Inside table row, we have the table header. So let me just copy this. And let's say we'll show the, okay, let me just show you the database. Let's go to our SAM, then PSM and our database of PHP_ecom, and our table is this on orders. So from the order table, we are going to show the customer username, email, phone, address, the product title, price, image, and also the product status as well. All those options or all those columns. Okay. So let's go back to our project and let's go back to our code. So first of all, let's say we'll show the customer name. Let's say here customer name. Let me just say here TH and let me just copy this and I'll paste it. Let's say 6 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So after customer name, let's have the email. Then we'll have the customer address. Then customer phone number. Then we have the product title. Let's say here product title. This one will be product price. This will be product image and this will be product status. So the status will be whether the product is delivered or is in progress. So after the table header, let's mention another tr tag for the table data. Let's say here td. Okay, for now let's say here ABCD. Then let's copy this and I'm going to paste it here. Let's say 7 times. 5, 6, and 7. If we now set this, then refresh here, it will look like this because we already write the CSS for the table and table header and also the table data in the admin style.css over here. If we just go down, let me just show you. Here you can see we write the CSS for the table tag, then the th tag, and then the td tag. That's why it is automatically showing us this design. So right now what we need to do is that we need to show the data from the orders table from here. So how can we do it? This is really simple. For it, what we need to do is that let's get the top and here let me just give the database connection. We said $con, then my SQLi underscore connect. Then we said here localhost, comma, it will be root, comma, empty string. Then we need to mention our database name, which is PHP_ecom. So right now we are connected to the database. So let's go and write a SQL query. So let me just set here $SQL equal to, then we'll give to double quotation. Then we'll say here select, we'll get all the data from the order table. So we say select star form. We need to measure our table name, which is orders, and that's all. If we just write this, it will get all the data from the order table. Then let's declare another variable. Let's say $result equal to, we say my SQLi underscore query, to first bracket we say $con comma $SQL. So right now using this $result, we'll be able to show all the data from the database table. So let's go down, and here you can see the tier tag. So before this tier tag, we need to write some PHP code. So we say here PHP opening, then the PHP closing, then we say here while to first bracket, let's declare a variable. Let's say $row equal to, we say MySQLi underscore page underscore as of, then to first bracket we say $result, then we'll give to second bracket like this. So right now inside this to second bracket, we're going to write some HTML code. So for it, let me just close the PHP here, then let me just start the PHP here again for the second bracket. So inside this, I'm just going to cut this tr from here and paste it over here. So let me just remove the ABCD from here. Let me just select those. So here using the $row, we'll be able to get the data, right? So here let me just give the PHP opening, then the PHP closing. Then we are going to say echo $row to third bracket, and this will be the first one is customer name, and in the database here you can see we write customer name like this, username. So we need to say here user name. So I can just copy this directly. Let me just copy it and let me just select all those add-ons and paste it here. So after username, you have the email address, phone, product title, price, image, and status. So let me just check the name or show you the name. Here you can see title, price, image, email, phone, and address, and status. So let's just write one by one. So after customer name, we have the customer email. So let's say there email, then this will be address, then this will be phone number. Then we'll show the product title. Let's say that title, this will be the product price, and this will be the product image, but showing image a little bit of different. But for now, let's just show the image name here, and here we are going to show the status. Let's set this, and right now, if we just refresh here, there you can see we are able to see all the data over here, all the username and that email address, phone, product title, price, the product image, and status is by default in progress. So here we stop showing the image name. Let's show the actual image. For it, what you need to do is that here you can see we are showing the image. So let me just cut this from here, and I'm going to mention the image tag, and in the source we store our image in the product underscore image folder, and our this file is inside the admin folder. So here we need to give dot slash, then we'll mention the folder name, which is product underscore image, then slash, then we're going to mention this product PHP echo $row, and here this will be image, and let's mention the image width and height. So the product width, it will be 100, and the height, let's say it will be 100 as well. And there is a arrow gear. Let me just remove that. So we need to write it like this. So let's set this, and let me just refresh here, and there you can see it is showing us all the product image. So this is how we can show all the product data in admin panel for all users. So in the next tutorial, we'll let the admin change the product status from in progress to, let's say, deliver. Okay. So thank you very much for watching. Make sure to subscribe, and I hope to see you in the future tutorials. Hello everyone, welcome to PHP e-commerce project tutorial for beginner. In this tutorial, we are going to let the admin change the product status from in progress to deliver. Let's say product is delivered, so the admin will change the product status. So let's go back to our code, and here you can see currently we are in the all orders.php, and after the status, we are going to have another th, and this will be for, let's say, change status. And right now we'll go down, and after this td, status td, we're going to mention another TD, and in this TD we're going to have an anchor tag. So for this anchor tag, let's say it will be delivered. Let's save this, and right now it will just refresh. There you can see we have one more option called deliver. So let me just make a simple design for this button. So let's go back, and for this anchor tag, let's mention a class. The class name will be DL_PTN. And if we just go to our style.css, and then if we go down here, you can see we already write a CSS for this class DL_BTN. So here you can see the background color will be red, padding will be 7px, border radius 10px, and color will be white for the text. So those design will be applied for this button. If we now save, then refresh here, there you can see the button color is right now red. So what we can is that when you click on this button, the product status should change. So for it, let's go back, and in this href, let's mention a PHP file. Let's say here update_order.php. Then we're going to give we need to give a dot here. Then we're going to give a question mark, and we want to get the product ID. I mean the order ID. So how can we get the order ID? Let's say here ID equal to, we need to give the PHP opening, then the PHP closing. Okay, let me just write this. PHP opening, PHP closing, and here you can see we are getting the data by using echo $of status. So let me just copy this, paste it here, and right now instead of status, here you can see instead of status, we are going to say here ID. So this will get the ID from the order table for a specific order. If you now save it, and here you can see this is the ID that we are talking about from the orders table. So if we just refresh here, and if we now click on the deliver option, here you can see in the URL you'll be able to see the ID. If I click on let's say different product for this one, there you can see ID is 11, which is different. So right now we need to create this update_order.php file. So let's go back, and here let me just right click and then click on new file, and our file name will be update_order.php. Let's say here update_order.php, Control S, then save. So here we are going to write some PHP code. So let's give the PHP opening, then the PHP closing. So first of all, we need to make the database connection. Let's say $con equal to, we'll say mysqli_connect. Then we'll say here localhost, root, we need to give the password, which is null. Then we need to measure our database name, which is php_echo. So right now this page is connected with the database. So after this, what we are going to do is that we need to get this ID. So how can we get this ID? It's really simple. Let's say here $order_ID. This is just a variable equal to, we'll say $_get, and here you can see variable. So inside this we are going to mention this ID. So we say here ID. So right now the ID will come from this page whenever someone click on the deliver button, and the ID will be stored in this variable. So here what we are going to do is we are going to say here a SQL query. So let me just declare a variable. Let's say $SQL equal to, we are going to say update orders, which is our table name. Then we are going to say here set status. We want to change the status of the folder. Let's say we need to give to say single quotation here, and let's say the status will be delivered. So let me just declare a variable. Let's say $delivered equal to, the value will be delivered. So let me just copy this variable here. I'll copy this and paste it here. Then we need to mention for which order we want to change the status. So we say here for ID equal to, and here you can see this ID will come from the database. Here you can see orders, and here you can see ID. So this ID is basically this one. Then we will give to single quotation again, and inside this we are going to mention this order_ID, which will come from here. And we need to end this with the semicolon. So after this, let me just declare a variable again. Let's say $result equal to, we say mysqli_query. then to first bracket, and here we are going to set $con, comma, $SQL. So once we write this, it means we will be able to update the data. So after updating the data, we want to send the user back to the all order base. So for this, we are going to declare a if condition, if $result. We are saying if the update is successful, we will send the user to the all order base. So we say here header, to the operation we say location, and the location will be all orders.php. So we say here all underscore orders.php, and that's all. If we now save it, then let me just refresh here, and here you can see this for this watch, it is in progress. So if I now click on deliver, okay, there's an error at line 60. Let me just check it in update underscore order. Okay, there is a S. Let me save it again and let me refresh, and there you go, it is said deliver. Let me change the status, let's say for this camera. So if I now click on deliver, and I guess it is deliver. Let's change for this laptop, click on deliver, there you can see it become delivered. So we are able to successfully change the product status from in progress to deliver. So this is how you can make a simple update in PHP as well. So I hope this was easy for you. You understand everything. If you have any question or if you want to say anything, just comment below. Make sure to subscribe, and I hope to see you in the future tutorials. Welcome to PHP e-commerce project tutorial for beginner. In this tutorial, we are going to show the user startup and with the user's details, name, email, phone and address from the database. And we only show the user, not the admin name, email. We'll only show the user name, email and addresses. Okay. So for it, let's go back to our code, and we'll go to our admin folder. And in the admin folder, we'll directly go to admin base.php. So right now we'll go down, and here you can see we have the sidebar, and here you can see user. So here, let's say users.php. So when I click on users, we want to go to this page, and let me just do one thing, that is let me just add this users.php in every other pages over here. So let me just go to add product. Let's go down, and let's say here users.php. Let's go to all order. Let's add it over here as well. Then display product here. Then we go to update order. Okay, there is nothing. Let's go to update product. And here, if we go down, there you can see you have the users option here. So right now, what we need to do is that we need to create this users.php file in the admin folder. Since currently we are inside the admin folder, so right now I'll just right click on admin, then click on new file, and our file name is users.php, Control S, then save. So for now, let's say here HTML, and in the body we can say a join all user. Save it. Let's go back to our browser. Let me refresh, and if we click on users, it ensures this. So in this page, first of all, we're going to have the sidebar and the napalm design. So for it, let's go back, and we go to our admin base.php, and I'm going to copy everything from here. So Control N, Control C, then we'll move to our user.php. Let's just remove this, and we'll paste whatever we just copied. And let me just remove this text from here. Here I am going to say all users. Save it, refresh here, and if you click on users, here you get the cipher, the neighbor, and all users text here. So first of all, let's then create a table here to show the insert data. For it, let's go back. Here we are going to mention the table tag. In the table tag, we have the table row, and in the table row, we have the table data. So we'll show the user name. Let's say here user name. Then let me just say here th again. This one will mean user email. After that, we're going to say here user phone, the last two will be user address. Let's say here address. After this tr, we're going to mention another tr about the table data, and we're going to say here td. For now, let me just copy this and I'm going to paste it free tag. And in this td, let's give some random data. Let's say ABCDEFG. Save it, and we already write some design for the table tag, the th tag and td tag. If we go to our admin style.css, and if we go down here, you can see we've already write some style for the table tag, style for the th tag, and style for the td tag. Okay, so if we just refresh here, there you can see we already have the design for the table. So here to stop those data, we want to show the data from the table, from the users table, and we only want to show the user data, not the admin data. So for it, all we need to do is just go .users.php, and let's get on top, and here you can see PHP started here. So here, let me just give the database connection. Let's say here $com equal to, it will be my SQLI underscore connect. Here we need to say local host, comma, it will be root, comma, this will be null. Then we need to make sure database name, and our database name is php underscore ecop. So right now you are connected to the database. So let's go and write a SQL query. So let me declare a variable, let's say $SQL equal to our position that we say here select start from. We need to make sure table name which is users. Let me just show you. Over here you can see table name is user, and we only want to show data but the user type is user. So I'm just going to say here user type is equal to, let's get into single quotation, and we can just say here insert, and in this with a single. Or let me just do one thing, that is it just keep a variable dollar, let's say $is underscore user, and the value will be user. And here you can see this value will be this one. Here you can see user, and here is the user type. The user type is basically this user type. Okay, and so here the stop user, let me just say here is user. I'm writing it this way because this is the proper way to write it, and I forget to add the column here. So we need to say here select start from users where user type is user. After that, we're going to declare a variable $result equal to my SQLI underscore query. Then first bracket. First of all, here we're going to mention the database connection, which is $, and then we're going to mention the SQL here. Let's just copy it and paste it here. So right now, using this $result, we're going to show the user table data. So let's go down. And here you can see the tr for the table data. So before this, we're going to give the PHP opening, then the PHP closing. Inside this, we're going to mention a while loop. Let's take here while the first bracket, it is because of the word $row equal to, it will be MySQLi underscore page underscore asset to first bracket. Inside this to first bracket, we need to mention this $result. So we're going to say here $result. Then we're going to give to second bracket. So inside this second bracket, we're going to write some HTML code. So we need to close the PHP opening over here after this second bracket. And here for the second bracket, we need to give the PHP opening here. Okay. So right now, let me just start with this tr from here. And I'm going to paste it over here. So here inside those td, we want to show the data using $row, the user data. So here, let me just remove all those. And here, let me just say for the first one, we'll give the PHP opening here again, then the PHP closing. So inside this, we are going to say here echo, then we'll make sure this $row, we'll say $row, then to third bracket in single quotation. And first of all, we have the username, email, phone, and address. And in the database, here you can see we have the name like this, email, phone, and address like. You need to write it exactly. You have in the database. So for it, let's go back. And here we're going to say it will be name. So I'm just going to copy this and I'll paste it for each one of those. So after name, we have the email. So we set your email. Then this will be phone. And this will be address. And those will come from the database table. So if we now save it, then refresh here. There is an error at line 24. Let me check. Well, there is no error over here. Okay, I made a spelling mistake at it will be NESCT, select star found users. Sorry about the spelling mistake. Let's save it. Let me just refresh here again, and there you can see it will show us the data from the database, and there is no admin data here. Here in the database, we have an admin user, and it is not showing as the admin user, it will only showing as the regular user over here. This is all for this tutorial. In the next tutorial, we are going to have a search option here. When someone search for a product, it will show that user the specific product. So thank you very much for watching. If you have any question or suggestion, just let me know in the comment section. Make sure to subscribe, and I hope to see you in the future tutorials. Hello everyone, welcome to PHP e-commerce project tutorial for beginner. In this tutorial, we are going to add a search option for the product in the home page. So for it, let's go back to our code and we'll go to our index.php. Here in this page, if we go down a little bit more, here you can see it says products. And over here, we are showing the products. There you can see the product title, description, price. And we are also showing the product image as well. So after this product, we are going to have a search option. So just below this, we are going to have a search option. So let's go back. And here we are going to mention another div. In this div, we are going to have a form. Let's say here form. Inside this, let's say here input type, it will be text. And let's say the name will be my underscore search. And let's also add a placeholder. Let's say search your products. And for this input field, we're going to have a submit button. Let's say here input type, it will be submit. And we also need to give it a name. Let's the name will be search. So right now, if we save this, and let me just mention one more thing. Here you can see input type search, and we have write some CSS for this submit button. If we just go to our style.css, and let me just search for submit. Here you can see we write some CSS for the submit button. Background color dark blue, text color will be white, padding will be 10 px, and border radius 10%. So right now, if we just save this, then if we go back to our browser, then refresh here, then you can see we have a search option. So let's just have the search option in the middle, and let's also add some padding as well. So for it, let's go back, and let's just directly write the CSS for the search button over here. So this form is inside this div. So here I'm going to say here style. I'm going to say margin left. It will be 500 px. Then let's say here padding will be, let's say 100 px. Let's save it. Then refresh, and there you can see it will look like this. So right now what we want is that when you write something and click on the search button, it will show us something. So let me just do one thing, that is here I'm going to say value will be search. So here you can see we have a form. In the form we are going to say here action, then we'll say here method. So the method will be get, and we'll keep the action empty because we're going to write the search code in the same file. So let's go at the top, and here you can see that we already made a connection to the database. Then over here we are getting all the product data. Then using this $result, we are able to see all the product, right? So before this SQL and $result, when we will give a if condition, we'll say here if, then we'll say here is set $_ get variable. And here you can see we have to see condition. So inside this, we need to mention this name, input field name, input type submit button, the name is search, here you can see. So I'm just going to copy this and I'm going to paste it over here. So we are checking if someone click on the search button. Then if someone click on the search button, we are going to declare a variable, let's say $search_value equal to, we'll say $_get. Then inside this two single quotation, we need to get the input field name. So here you can see that the input type text, the name is my_search. So I'll just copy this and paste it here. After that, we're going to write a SQL query. Let's say here $SQL equal to, and we're going to declare the same variable since this is inside the if condition. So we send here select star form. We need to measure table name, which is product. Then we need to set here where, and let's say we want to search the product by the title and also by the description as well. So for it, we are going to set here concat, then to first bracket, and let me just go to the product table. Here, if we go to our products table, here you can see we write title like this and description like this. So we are going to set here title, comma, description. Then we are going to set here like. Then we will give two single quotation. Inside it, we are going to give two percentage sign, and inside this percentage, we are going to keep this $search_value. So we are trying to find the product depending on the search using the title and description. After that, we are going to declare one more variable, and we are going to declare the same variable over here. Here you can see $result. So we are going to set here $result equal to, we are going to say MySQL_query, and we'll set $con, comma, $SQL. So make sure that you declare the same variable. After that, what we are going to do is we are going to say here else, then to second bracket, and right now I'm just going to cut this and paste it over here. Okay. So right now let me just explain. So whenever someone come to this page, it will show us all the product data. And when someone search something, write something and click on search, it will only show us the search data. So that's why we give the same variable name over here. Here you can see by using the $result, we are showing all the products data over here. You can see we are showing all the products data over here, product image. Here you can see MySQL page as $result. So that's why we are using the same variable over here so that we don't have to write this code again and again. So just make sure that you give a if condition. When someone click on the search button, it will get the specific search and show us the result. And if someone do not click on the search button, then it will show us all the product data. So right now, let's save it. Then let me just refresh here. And let's say we want to see camera. So let me just say here camera, click on search, and it will show us only the camera. Let's say you want to see the laptop. Then click on search, it will show us the laptop. And if you just keep it empty and click on search, it will show us all the data. Let's say we want to search by the description. So let me just copy the description from here. Then paste it here, click on search, it will show us the certain product. So yeah, this is how you can make a search for the product in PHP. I hope this was easy for you to understand. If you have any question or suggestion, just let me know in the comment section. Make sure to subscribe, and I hope to see you in the future tutorials. Hello everyone, welcome to PHP e-commerce project tutorial for beginner. In this tutorial, we are going to count the number of rows in the table, and we are going to show those number in the dashboard. So here we are going to show the number of users we have, number of product we have over here. So for it, let's go back to our code, and we'll go to our admin folder, and inside admin folder, here you can see we have admin page over here. And if we go down, here you can see we have the sidebar and we have the text here. So I'm just going to remove this text from here. And I'm going to create a simple card design over here. So let me just say here div. And inside this div, we're going to have few more div here. Let me mention another div. Let's say here users. Let's say here total users. After that, we're going to have a p tag. Inside this p tag, let's say here total user is 32. So for this div, let me mention a class. Let's say class name will be my underscore card. And for this, we're going to mention a class and the class name will be card. Okay. So right now, let me just copy this and I'm going to paste it 3 times on 2 and 3. So after total user, let's say here total product. Then we're going to say here total orders. Then this one will be total delivered. So if you now save it, then if you now refresh here, it will look like this. So let's go and make it look like a card. So for it, let's go back. And first of all, let's go and write some CSS for this my underscore card. So for it, we're going to go to our admin.css. Let's just directly go down. And here we're going to say dot my card into second bracket. Then do second bracket. And over here, we're going to say background color will be black. After that, we're going to say width, it will be 200. And for it, the text color will be, let's say, white. If we now save it, then refresh here. So there you can see it will look like this. So right now, let's then add some padding and margin here. So let's go back and we're going to say here padding, it will be 10 px. Then we'll set here margin, it will be 10 px. Save it again. Then refresh, and then you can see it will look like this. So right now, need to just keep those divs side by side instead of having those in a single line. So for it, let's go back and we'll go to our admin page.php, and here you can see we mentioned a class called card. So we're going to write some CSS for this. So let's go to our style.css, and here we're going to say .card. Then to second bracket, we're going to say here display, it will be flat. Then we'll set here justify content, it will be center. Then we'll set here align items, it will be center. And let's change the width to 300 pixel. Let's set this. Then let's go back to our browser. Then let me just refresh here. There you can see it will look like this. So right now, let's just do one thing, that is, let's just give a single line over here. So for it, let's go back to our code, and here after this total user, let me just send here age art, and let me just copy this, and after each title, I mean total product, total user, I'm going to keep this. So this will create a straight white line here. Let me save it, then refresh here, and there you can see it will look like this. We can also add some padding after the h3 tag. So let me just say here dot my underscore card. Then we mention the h3 tag. Let me say here padding 10 px. Save it. So right now, let's go back to our browser. Let me refresh, and it will look like this. So here you can see total user. So we want to get a total number of user over here from the database table. So we want to count the total number of user we have over here. Then we'll count the total number of product from here. Okay. And then we'll show those over here. So for it, what we need to do is really simple. Let me just go back to our admin.php, and right now we'll just go at the top. And here, first of all, let me just make a database connection here. Let's say here $con equal to, it will be my SQLi underscore connect. We're going to make sure the local host, comma, it would be root, comma, null. Then we're going to mention the database name, which is php underscore econ. So we are connected to the database. After that, here, inside this PHP opening and music closing, I'm going to write some SQL query. So let me just say here $user underscore SQL equal to, we say select star form. We need to measure table name, which is users. Then we're going to declare another variable. Let's say $u underscore result equal to, we'll say here my SQL I underscore query. And then we'll give to file bracket, and here where we to mention this database connection. Okay, there's a comma here. So I'm going to mention this database connection over here. Then give a comma, then we'll mention this user underscore SQL. So right now we want to connect the number of row we have in the users table. For it, we need to say here, let's declare a variable, let's say total underscore user equal to, we'll say here MySQL I underscore number num underscore rows. Then we give to first bracket, and inside this we're going to keep this u underscore result. So right now, if we just set this, and here you can see in this total underscore user, we have the total number of data we have in the user table, right? That product, okay, let me just put the user table. So in the user table, we have 5 users. So the value of this total user will be 5. So here what we are doing is that we are getting all the data from the user table, making a connection with the database. Then we are counting how many users we have in the user table and storing it in this variable. So right now we just try to go down, and here you can see we have total users. So inside this p tag here, we're going to give the PHP opening, then the PHP closing, and inside it we're going to say here echo, then we'll say dollar total underscore user, and this will be echo. So let me just save it. Then if we now refresh here, then you can see it is showing us 5. So the same way we can show the total product, total order, and total product delivered as well. So for it, expect our board, and again we just directly go at the top, and right now I can just copy this from here, then I'm going to paste over here. So let me just say here total products, and let me just comment this out. So here instead of user SQL, let's say here product SQL, and we say here select star from products, which is our table name. After that, here you can see u underscore result. We're going to say here p underscore result, and this will be product underscore SQL. Let me just copy this, and I'm going to paste it over here. After that, list of total user, we're going to say here total product, and this will be p underscore result over here inside this two first bracket. So using this variable dollar product, we'll be able to get the number of columns we have in the product table. So let's go down, and we're going to say here, okay, I can just copy this from here, paste it here, and we can see here total underscore product. Let me save it, then refresh. Okay, I made a mistake here. In this copy Ctrl Z over here, we need to say it. Request save it, refresh, and then you can see total number of product is 6. So right now let's get the total number of order we have in the order table. Here you can see we have the order table. So we are going to get the total number of order. So for it, again, let's get the top. I can just copy this and paste it here. I'm going to say here total orders, and here this will be, we're going to say here order underscore SQL. We're going to say select star from orders. It will be o underscore result, and this will be order underscore SQL. This will be total order, and this will be o underscore result. Let's save it. Let's go down. Let me just copy this, and I'm going to paste it over here. We're going to say here total underscore order. Save. Then refresh. I can see it is showing us 60. So right now we want to get the total number of product delivered from here, from the orders. So here you can see we have only a few product delivered. Most of them is in progress. So right now, in order to get the total number of order delivered, we're going to do the same thing, but this will be a little different. So here we're going to say total delivered and we're going to say here deliver, let's just say here deliver SQL, and we're going to say here select star from orders, then we'll say where, and then we're going to mention the status. Here you can see status. We're going to say here status equal to, we'll give to single quotation, and we're going to say here the status is delivered. Right, so let me just copy this from here, and I'm just going to paste over here. So this will be t underscore result, and let me just copy this, paste it here, and this will be total delivered. Let's say total delivered, and this will be d underscore result, which is this one. So right now, I can just directly go down, and let me just copy this, then paste it here. We're going to say total underscore delivered, save, then refresh. I can see total delivered is 3. And I think there should be space among the white line and the number. So for it, here it is inside the p tag, right? And p tag is inside my card. So I'm going to send here dot my underscore card, then mention the p tag. We're going to send that the color will be, let's say, yellow, and we're going to send that padding will be 10 px. So let's send this. Let's go to our browser, refresh, and there you can see the text is yellow right now. And we are able to see all the users, product, total delivered, and total order, and total delivered. So this is how you can show the data, number of column or rows we have in the database table, and show it over here. I hope this was easy for you to follow. If you have any question or suggestion, just let me know in the comment section. Ensure to subscribe, and I hope to see you in the future tutorials. Hello everyone, welcome to PHP e-commerce project tutorial for beginner. So this will be the last video of this series, and we're going to see what we did, and then we're going to fix some issues in the project. Okay, so here you can see we have a number here, and we have 4 products, register and login option here. And if we go down, we have the search option here, and we are showing those products from the database table. Then here we have the buy now button. If we click on buy now, it will add the product to the order table. So let me just show you the search. Let's say we have to search for makeup. If I just say here makeup, then press enter, then you can see it will show us that product. And if we just keep it empty and click on search, it will show us all the product. And here a user needs to be logged in order to buy a product. So here we have the register option, then we have the login option here. And here you can see currently we are not logged in, and if we now click on buy now button, it will take us to the login page. Let me just log in from here. Let's say at test@gmail.com. Let's keep the password. Click on login. There you can see currently we are logged in. And if we now click on, let's say we have to buy this watch. If we now click on buy now, it will take us to this order page, and here you can see we have the watch over here. So if we click on order, it will show us all the product we have in our order. And here you can see we have the logout option. If we click on logout, it will take us to the home page. So right now, let me just log in as an admin. So if I now click on login and give the admin's email address, then the admin password here, click on login, it will take us to the admin page. And here you can see it is showing us the total user, total product, total order, and total product delivered. Okay. So if we click on user, we'll be able to see all the user that is registered. Then here, from here, we are able to add any product. And if we click on new product, it will show us all the product, and we can delete the product, and we can also update the product as well. Then here we have the orders option, and in the orders, we are able to see all the order that we got, and we can also change the order status from here. Here you can see this product is in progress. So if I now click on deliver, the status will change to delivered. For example, for this makeup, here you can see the makeup. If I now click on deliver, they can see the status change to delivered. And if you go to our dashboard, There you can see total delivered right now is 5. So those are all the things we need in this tutorial. So there is a few more things that we'd like to do or we'd like to fix. So let's just log out from here. And let's do one thing, that is when you click on home, it will take us to the home page, and when you click on product, it will show us all the product in a different page. So for it, let's go back to 4. And right now, let me just close those. So right now here we'll go to index.php. Then if we go down, there you can see we have products and contact. So here in the href, I am going to say product.php. Let's set this. So right now let's then create this product.php. So I'll just right click on econ project, then click on new file, and I'm going to say here product.php, Control S, then save. So what we are going to do is that in the product.php, we're going to show everything we have in the home page except this power image. Except this power image, we're going to show everything in the product page. So for it, let me just go to our index.php and let me just copy everything from here, Control A, Control C. Then I'm going to paste it over here. After that, let me just go at the top. And here you can see we have the cover image over here. Image plus my cover image. So I'm just going to remove this, then save it. Then we are going to refresh here. And if we now click on products, it will take us to this page, and we only have product with this page. So right now what we want is that if we click on home, it will take us to the front page. So for it, we're going to say, let me just go at the top. Here, over here, you can see home, and our home is coming from the index.php. So here, I'm going to say index.php. It will be dot, and let's also say over here as well, in the index.php, we say index.php. And there you can see we have the logo, and in the logo it says my deform, which is this off. So we are going to keep this inside the anchor tag. So let me just mention an anchor tag here. Anchor tag opening, then the anchor tag closing. Okay, let me just write it like this. So we are going to say here my deform, and this will be index.php. Then I can just directly copy this, let's go back product.php, and let's just paste over here, save, then let me refresh, and if I click on econ, it will take us to this page, on base. If I click on product or this home, okay, so the color changed a little bit, we can change it, the color as well. Let me just go to our, okay, let me just say here style. I'm going to say color is white. Then here as well, style, color is white. Save, refresh, and there you go. So everything is over here in our website. So this is all for this tutorial series, and I try to make this tutorial series as easy as possible for the beginner. But still, if you have any question or suggestion, just let me know in the comment section. Make sure to subscribe, and I hope to see you in the future tutorials.